Alright, hello and welcome Age of Empires enjoyers. I think that's enough
Hello
time
there.
for any pre-roll ads to have happened. Hey Wolfgang, welcome. We are going to do two sets today. We're starting with the round one set of the Castle Age bracket. One second, let me head over to this. So we're finishing up round one of the tournament today. So we have the Castle Age set of Skirmisher versus Hussar, and then later we are going to do the second half of Imperial round one, which will be Team Caravel versus Thirisadai, and I will have another co-caster joining me for that. But yeah, let's go ahead and get right on in. Quick overview: Castle Age bracket. As you can see, we had three teams and three teams of four because of the way that played out. And so we always had one set of PvP, which we will be casting, and then just a one team versus a scenario. With the additional change that then Castle Age was substituting players in for Team Longboat, as I was not present for the first two rounds. But yeah, we're gonna get into Skirmisher versus Hussar. We have Dark Saint, Tirag, the Reaper, and General Jeb playing against Garrett, Gunflinger, Alpha Grip, Enjoyer, and Variable. For the most part, the same rules applied as to Imperial Age bracket. I do believe there was, actually, I'm not sure if there was a draft. I think they still drafted the civs the same way with a non-mutually exclusive. But no reuse. That has been standard for Castle the entire time. Not sure if there are any bans though. However, let's head right on into game number one. We are playing on Zawal. In the north, we have Team Skirmisher, Terag playing on flank as the Khitans, with the Reaper in his pocket as the Aztecs, the best civ of all time, as I'm sure we all know. Uh, Other flank, we have Darksane playing as the Tatars, and uh, Fire God as the Goths in his pocket. So two infantry civs in pocket. Might be seeing a lot of that, and Khitans and Tartars more likely to go into cavalry, I think. Opposite side, we have Alpha Grip Enjoyer as the Poles, obviously with a super strong economy with their full works and really cheap knights, trample damage, Hussar. It's very interesting civ. And Gunflinger as his pocket with the Britons, who I almost am certain we're going to see archers and or longbowmen. On the opposite flank, we have Blast Double, who I believe. Give me one second. That is not the name we have on the tournament for this player, and I can't think of who it is at the moment. Give me 1 second to look that up, actually, because I have it. I have it. Bum 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 bum. The problem with having all the information is that you then need to sort through most of the information to get to the right information. All right, here we are. So this is who did you say? Alpha Grip Enjoyer, uh, Gumflinger, Variable, and Garrett are Parker Potts and Blast Double. I honestly do not know which is which. Um, we have an amount of name changes happening in this community sometimes that I have a difficulty keeping up with. Either way, I expect, well, Mongols are likely going to go into Mangadai or possibly some form of Cav archers. We did last year see a whole lot of Cav archers in Castle Age bracket, although to be fair, we saw that in Imp as well that year, I think. Cav archer was just very popular. So curious to see if we have that again. We do have between, I believe the Tatars have really solid Cav archers as well. Let's see here. Yeah, get heavy, get Parthian tactics. Um, So yeah, mounted archers plus 2 line of sight. So Tatars and Mongols definitely strong contenders for Cav archers if that's what we're going into. But we'll see. We already have scouts working away at the wall here, although it is going to take him some time. As you can see, one damage per hit. So in about 2,985 hits, this wall will break, assuming Archer doesn't come by in the meantime. And yeah, with that, fairly even strong eco lead for Team Hussar actually. 10 vills ahead already, which is pretty heavy, I think. Alright, Fire God is, but that's going out for the hunt. Let's see here. I don't know if we can see idle TC time on Orker Games, but we haven't had any vills lost out to boars or anything like that. Oh, here, idle TC. So Terag has a fair amount of idle TC, and I think I'm not sure why that is actually. Has the berries, has the hunt. Maybe I missed something. To be fair, Parker Potts also with a minute and a half, 4 minutes. Yeah, just idle TC time, I guess. Is kind of determining the eco at the moment. As we have the first full orc placed. Now the interesting thing about polls is every other civilization you want to leave space around your town center so you can build farms. Because polls get the collection bonus from the full works, you want to build all your farms around full works, and so you can build close to your TC because you're probably not going to be placing farms around your TC. Now you still can, and it provides protection, but ideally all your farms are going to be on the full work. And yeah, we see a lot of players going out grabbing in their boars. You like to see that, especially with a new change that you can't. Well, if you kill your boar with the TC, you can still collect all the food from it, which makes it easier. Now, you still have the risk of your villager dying to the boar, obviously. As our first player, Gunflinger, makes his way up to Feudal Age. And it looks like a lot of the scouts are just positioned to keep an eye on, well, either at home or positioned to keep an eye on the wall are most of the scouts. With last double scout working away at the wall. See how that's going. Well, it's taken off almost 150 HP. We will be watching his career with great interest. Or, yeah. We'll go with that. Second player on his way up, or on her way up, Parker Potts. And Blast double as well. So 3 players on the way feudal. The Reaper actually for Aztecs also close and is going to be the second player to reach Feudal Age, and will probably want to go out to gold pretty soon because that is something that Aztecs rely on pretty heavily for their units. Over here we already see some other players on their way out. Alpha Gripna on his way up to Feudal Age, Dark Zane on his way up, Terag, and we already have a barrack. Hey, Southpaw. So potentially no infantry queued up yet, so this might just be defensive prep. More houses coming up from Alpha Group, who does not want to be housed. Absolutely not, and fair enough. Oh, more houses here as well. Alright, so we have, oh yeah, most of Team Hussar has 5 to 6 houses, with the exception of Parker Potts, who is more conservative on the housing. What are we looking at over here? Okay, we got 4. We got 3. We got 2 placed nicely in the forest. Nice little forest cabins over there. You know what? I think you're right. It is extremely unlikely that we will see longboats from Alpha Grip on this map. And I can think of a couple of reasons for why that is. But I'll let you guys decide. Oh, domestication is coming in. Now that is for the Ketons. And I actually don't know this civ very well. I don't know what domestication does. Oh, so new... so it's a farming upgrade for pastures, essentially. Provide +3 animals, so more food before you have to... Fair enough. Fun fact that I discovered this tournament, if you are not a Keton player and you capture a Keton's player pasture, it will stay a pasture until you reseed it. Once you reseed it, it becomes a normal farm. Now, I don't know if this is a bug or intentional, but that happened to me. And I was very annoyed by it because I captured, I think, 4 or 5 pastures from a Keton player and I was very excited about the boosted food income. And I looked at it again like, 10, 15 minutes later and it was all farms and all my pastures were gone. I was like, no! Alright, we have Dark Zane on the way up to Castle Age. Barracks going down. Double Bidax coming in is in for most players except for Alpha Grip, Dark Zane, and Fire God, who is still in. Oh, Fire God needs a mill. Fire God really needs a mill. Does have 500 wood, so could easily do that. Could even place some farms. But will be up to. Oh no! Okay, is building a mill out here. I'd like to see it closer on the berries, but I was gonna say that because the mill wasn't there, Fire God couldn't even go up to Feudal Age. And those farms are a little bit far away from the mill. Want to keep those right close up snug so your villagers don't have to walk as far. Regardless, at least what Fire God is doing very well though is still continuing to queue up villagers, not letting that TC idle. So we'll at least have that helping out. We have 2 scouts now working away at this wall, which over the past 15 minutes has lost 500 HP. So if this game goes for 1.5 hours at this rate, then this wall will open up and they can start fighting. Castle Age is in for Dark Zane. Castle Age on the way as well for Parker Potts. Nice little fast castle there, I think. Yeah, there's Market Blacksmith. Wheelbarrow coming in as well. Second TC dropped immediately for Dark Zane here. Gonna get some eco rolling. And Horse Collar here for pulls, which makes sense. You want to go to farming eco pretty quickly, and so you get the Horse Collar. Both Reaper and Fire God are relatively new players. Okay, that makes sense. Ah! Parker Potts was a sub. Okay, because I know Parker Potts and Blast Double are both not names that are on the original screen. I think Variable and Garrett are listed instead. And so I wasn't sure if those had both changed their names or if we had substitutions coming in. I do like the Horse Collars coming in quickly because these players are going, you already have 5 farms and you're going to be setting up more. And with that in mind, I like the early. Blast Double is Garrett. Okay, so Blast Double is Garrett and Parker Potts subbed in for Variable. Alright, got a pastures coming up here. Ah, okay, so it's not a player named Variable, it was a variable player. Alright, I see. Hey, then why didn't we have that in Imp? Why does that say Ender plus subs? I feel personally attacked by that. Alright, more Castle Ages coming in from Blast Double, from Gumflinger. Heavy gold here. Siege Workshop coming up from Dark Zane. Does Dark Zane have a stable? No, not yet. So just Siege, potentially in defense, potentially to just nuke these units. Either way could work. And it looks like the Goths player... Ah, we have Goths on both sides. Okay, so Blast Double is looking at going into infantry. Makes sense. Alpha Grip is going into economic upgrades. Alright, infantry as well from Ketons, it looks like, initially, as we have men-at-arms coming in. And... let's see, we have a ram. Alright. So... Dark Zane has decided this is not the strategy. Alright, we have taken 1,000 HP off this wall now. Gonna actually use a ram to knock down those walls, which will be much faster and much more efficient. Second TC for Parker Potts as well. And Eco... has stayed about the same. So we had that initial differential of 10 vils, which has stayed the same. But since then, it looks like both sides have been producing the same amounts. Long swordsman coming in already for blast double though. And ooh, I like the addition of the archery range. It's going to be nice for units across the wall. Elite skirm coming in as well to deal with any archers harassing the long swordsmen here. And scouts up front. All right, we have feudal coming in for fire god and castle for reaper and terag. And it looks like, ooh, we have ram now here as well. That's where the action is going to be, double range. Now is Darkstain going into cav archers or going to start on archers? Looks like he's going straight into cav archers. And those will do very well against the infantry. Now, fortunately for himself, Blast Double has already added some skirms, and an elite skirm is in as well, which is going to make... Well, it's going to be very helpful in the fights against the cav archers, but you do still have the mobility. So Darkstain probably wants to, like, make a hole in the wall over here, so you can just bypass this entire military base and go forward. But that might not be an option, as Gunflinger heard what I said and is prepping to drop a castle right there. So you want to put it over here then. Siege Workshop coming here as well. Keaton's going into spears initially. Second TC now coming, oh sorry, third TC for Gunflinger, who has one over here as well. Really like this corner for wood, I guess. That is nice. You can really let the wood lines expand there for a bit. And that castle will not be able to range. Oh no, this is Blast Double. Blast Double has punched through, has taken out. Ooh, this is nice. Taken out the cav archers. Ram is coming forward, taking out the archery rangers. Skirms are here. Infantry is coming in, and the spears. Loving this aggression from Blast Double, kind of overwhelming Darkstain before he can mass up those cav archers. Now there are still some, but there is a massive skirms here as well. And castle coming up. Team Hussar is taking control of the south end of the map. Ballistics is in, but we have, okay, what do we have? 5 cav archers. That could be a lot, but ooh, gotta be careful with the spears. And those vills will go down to the castle fire. And okay, does take out the spear. Still have the skirms to deal with though. Was that a misclick? Did Darkstain want murder holes? Castle Age in for Alpha Group as well. Second TC being dropped on this side for Terag, and the trade is starting up. Which is nice, but you gotta be careful because you can trade to this market fairly safely still, but the pressure is coming in. Darkstain does have some cav archers and is doing a nice job of microing, but yeah, Huskarl are here, they're quick, and they're gonna start harassing the eco here. Looks like Darkstain is trying to get a castle, so maybe that was an intentional murder holes to have that ready immediately. Still, it's a fair amount. That's, I mean, it's an unarmored Huskarl. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. It does have the first armor and the first attack. But the cav archers aren't really doing much against that. Well, it just, because of the sheer villager numbers, the villagers just keep mining. Like, yeah, we'll lose one every now and then. It's fine. Alright, trade is being set up, and we have a supportive army from the Reaper here. Longswordsmen and archers, it looks like. Which will help. Army count is in favor of Team Skirmisher at the moment. And we have 3 rams here. I think Terag is prepping for a push. We have 2 rocket carts, we have 3 rams, and we have pikemen coming out. And Alpha Grip does have some military buildings, but no units yet. We do have trade coming out here as well. Being set up early by both sides. Longswords trade roll. Yeah, I'm thinking more numbers, because it's going to take a while to flood those in. And it does look like Carag has set a group of his pikemen across to help. However, they're going to run through the castle fire, which will chip away. But no ballistics, so they'll be fine. And the pikes will definitely outtrade the spears, just, you know, because they're the same unit but better. And the pikes will also do well against the Mangudai. Assuming that the Mangudai player isn't microing super heavily. But it looks... okay, okay. Mangudai's pull back. Let the spears tank the damage. That's a smart move. And yeah, the pikemen will go down to sheer numbers in this case. Infantry upgrades coming in for Fire God as well. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of infantry this game, I think. Longswordsmen now for the Reaper as well. But this push is continuing forward. Now, the fights up here have bought time for Darkzane to get some stone. Still 200 off of a castle if that's what he wants to drop defensively. And is forced to garrison his TC as units are coming in. Just 2 units though, so not a lot of arrows, and I think the TC is targeting the ram instead of these units, so it won't be super effective there, unfortunately. And ooh, the longswords are just running through his eco now. The Mangudai are here to support. That TC is going down. Now he does have a second TC, and this is pretty compact, so might be able to use a TC to snipe some stuff there. And there are knights here now, which will be able to take out the ram. Alright, knights will take care of the ram. We'll probably go down to the numbers here. Next wave of pikes is coming in. If these armies join up a bit. Alright, ooh. Ooh, you gotta be careful with those Mangudai. Or knights. Now the knights will trade well against the infantry. They don't have any armor or bloodlines or anything though, but even so they're doing alright. And the pikes are chasing away the Mangudai, which would be a bigger problem for the knights. Villagers will get pulled off of stone here, and the next ram is on its way in. Archers here now from the Reaper to support. Nice micro though here from Parker Potts, sniping down a lot of these pikemen. Doing a really good job, but Imp is on the way for blast double. Yeah, actually retains most of the Mangudai. 2 of them are low, but they're still here. Ooh, and a castle by Fire God, which will be able to punch a wall in here. This siege is coming up across from Terag. I don't know if it's going to be able to deal with this castle with all these units here, and there are 2 castles here now. These buildings get cleaned up. And more knights by Darkzane though. I like the knight switch from the Cav Archers. The knights are going to be much more effective in almost all these fights. And require a lot less micro, right? So you can work on getting his eco set again. The rams are in. They're working away at this castle. There's a lot of infantry here to deal with that though. The knights might find these forward villagers from Parker Potts, though, in the rocket carts as well. So a lot of those villagers are... 2 of them go down. The rest garrison are kind of weak. Nice little counterattack, though. Still has knights alive. A monk to heal these up right now would be clutch. Got some pikes here as well, and a defensive castle coming up. Now, defensive castle is going to be helpful for Darkzane. But yeah, we have a big eco advantage for Team Hussar, and we have a lot of players about to hit Imp or on their way up to Imp for Hussar. So they'll probably be able to just treb this castle down, as long as they protect the trebs. The knights here could try and die for that. They are pretty weak though. This castle will go up, however. And another castle here by Terag, who might potentially look at punching in. And we have Fire Lancers. I didn't realize Khitan's got Fire Lancers. That's going to be helpful. But yeah, Eco is definitely heavily in favor, right? 300 to 160. And Darkseid is being pressured, whereas Team Hussar hasn't had to deal with any pressure at all from... Ooh, Yeomen coming in. So, yes, Longbowmen are being produced. But the castle will protect some of this eco for now, and there's the knight number is increasing for Darkseid. Crossbow here, men now to support. And, okay, this castle will not be tasked to work away at the wall yet. But is here defensively at least. More rocket carts coming in. More barracks being put up by Blast Double. Second armor upgrade as well. And, ooh, this might have been an overextension by the Mangadai. Actually, no, this might be okay. Okay, monks here to heal up. However, the monks are not being microed back, so those might actually die while the Mangadai survive. Or not. Okay, big fight. One of the monks goes down. More monks being chased down, but drawing the knights into the castle fire. So one monk survives. Mangadai numbers get chipped away, but they do win this fight. And I think, well, okay, do a first armor and attack upgrade here. And Trebs are starting to roll out for Blast Double. Another castle for Fire God, securing the wall, working his way forward, but a forward castle here from Blast Double, and from that these Trebs will be able to range the castle from Darkseid. I think, unless they make a big mistake, Team Hussar have game one, right? As we have 10 knights being queued up for Alpha Grip. Gonna get that production rolling now. And... oh, Arbalests. I thought this was trade for a moment. I was like, where is he trading to? But no. We have the line of Arbalests coming in. We have Rams here from Alpha Grip as well, so gonna punch through that wall and send the knights in. Does Alpha Grip have... no, so probably wants to get Selecta privileges to reduce the gold cost of those knights. More and more castles being dropped here, but this castle from Darkseid does go down. As Terag sets up another one here. But yeah, Darkseid is in trouble. The core of his eco is right here, pretty exposed and about to be cut off. And gonna start sniping away at the trade again, which will affect the other players. Another castle from Fire God. So we are going to have a line of defensive castles here, which is helpful, but we have the Trebs here from Blast Double. And the numbers, these, oh no. I think these Fire Lancers were just tasking through to the villagers, maybe? And I think this castle will be denied. And the Mangadai are in on Darkseid's eco. Trebs will take out this TC, so Darkseid will be TC-less after this, and his eco is trapped. This is all 18 villagers. This is all that Darkseid has left right here, I think. Okay, more Fire Lancers here now, though. And this castle should be up momentarily, so the Fire Lancers will win this fight. And Darkseid will evacuate the eco. Good job from him getting some bills out. Ooh, might want to run a bit further than that. Although the Mangadai are distracted, and the Mangadai... okay. Mangadai are getting whittled down, actually. But the Arbs are here. The Arbs from Gunflinger have arrived. And where did Alpha Grip send his knights? Oh, the knights are just coming across. Yeah, between the Arbs and the Mangudai, the infantry here is just being shredded. Nice job pulling the Mangudai into the castle fire, though. They will go down for that. That's definitely helpful. Hussar is in for Fire God as well. And the pikes will advance on the Arbs, but yeah, there's no armor on them, so the Arbs will just rip through all of this. And the Knights from Alpha Grip are here to support, as are the Longbowmen. And Alpha Grip will actually ignore all these pikes and run in to just start denying this castle, which is a good move. You don't really want to trade Knights against pikes. And this tower will go up, but a lot of villagers lost for that. And the entire army forced to pull back to deal with these knights, which means these Arbs and Longbowmen can do whatever they want. Terra down to 9 vills. It looks like this was found in no TC Gaming. That is most of his eco right there, although there's 3 more villagers somewhere. 2 more villagers somewhere. Yeah, I see that, although the knights are here now putting in work. These these rams are definitely chilling. Alright, big fight here. Lots of armies, but the knights with the support from the Arbs and Longbowmen will win that out. And yeah, down to 28 army against 100. I think Team Osara's got this one. Grubs to take out another castle. Cavalier coming in. Alpha Grip, what you forgot though, you went into Knights, which is great with the pulls, but what you didn't do is grab this, which reduces the gold cost of your Knights by 60%. So was it 75 gold for a knight initially? So minus 60% would be like save 40 gold per knight. Yeah, it's a good one. More monks than knights. Oh yeah, we do have 10 monks. Healing up those Cavalier. Alright, pikes are still flooding in here. Tarag is still going. We still have the bulk. I want to know where those last 2 villagers are from Darkzane. But his base is being completely cleaned up here. Oh, is that them? Yeah, there. And Darkzane calls a GG. Just like running through a group of Mangudai. I must trade, folks. Alright, and with that, Hussar will take game 1. And yeah, nice play by Hussar. Getting that early pressure going. And that was critical, because if Darkzane had like, I don't know, 5 more minutes to get a ball of Cav archers, I think he was up to like 5 or 6 when he had to start defending. If he had like 15 or 20, it would have been much more difficult to win this. So good early timings. Ooh, alright. Reaper's monk converts a barracks. Oh no, Alpha Group converts a barracks. Alright guys, here's what I think. In the same way that Meso Civs can convert a stable to get Zolotl warriors, I think if other civs convert meso civ barracks, they should be allowed to build eagles. That would be hilarious. Alright, that is a big ball of Mangudai now, though. Are they elite? Yeah, they're 30 elite Mangudai. That is a death ball right there. Alright, and it looks like we're just waiting on the resign from Fire God to come in. Or, well, it still has 40 villagers, actually. Let's see. That's 14 of them. Where's the rest? Oh, the farming go out here. Ah, dang it. Hold still. Hold still. 37. Yeah, I mean, I think it was fine having him on flank. It's not unusual to have a more experienced player on flank to give your less experienced player the ability to boom up a bit and keep them from damage. Um, just a strategy difference here. Um, yeah, but good game. That means Hussar takes game one. And KD of 11. I think that's the highest we've seen, but that's Britain's for you. Economy. Yeah, Gumflinger. Really nice eco. All right. Well, that is game one. Give me a second here. Gotta sort my screens again. Which will go to Team Hussar and then lead us into game two. You had 100% exploration? Did you guys play unexplored? Yeah, you guys all had 100% exploration. You play exploring castle? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Well, then everyone has 100% exploration, but good job. All right. That takes us to game two, which is on Two Rivers. And Southpaw, here's your chance for your prediction. Are we going to see longboats from Alpha Grip on Two Rivers? In fact, hold on. All right, guys, 1 minute poll is up. Are we going to see longboats from Alpha Grip on Two Rivers, a map that has water? Yes or no? You have 1 minute to get in your votes. Oh man, you guys are not good at voting. Hmm. All right. Fair enough. Grand total of 0 votes cast. I guess we'll never know. Uh, However, off we go to game number 2 on Two Rivers. In the north, we have Alpha Group on flank, from whom we will not be seeing longboats because he's playing the Byzantines. Playing on the exposed flank, in the deep pocket. Hold on. In his deep pocket, we have Gumflinger playing as the Franks, so I'm assuming we'll see knights there. In the semi-pocket, we have Parker Potts as a Spanish, so also very likely going into cavalry, maybe conks. And on the southern flank, we have Blast Double playing as the Persians, which we might see a triple cav play. In fact, all right guys, we could technically see Savar, Conk, Paladin, um, what are they called? Cataphract comp, which would be insane, and also Halbs would go hard against that, as would like camels or anything. The question is, does the other team have a camel civ? We have Dark Zane playing as the Cumans, which aren't exactly a camel civ. They get camel riders and nothing more. Playing on the flank in the deep pocket, Fire God playing also as the Franks, so more likely to be Paladin than camels, which the Franks don't get. Reaper playing as Japanese, who don't get camel, but they do get really, really good helps. So might be seeing that. And then on the northern flank, Terog playing as the Shu, whom I don't know, but I don't think get camel, do they? Let's take a look at the stables. So no, we get the Haegwang Cavalry, which oh, those aren't even considered unique units. That's weird. I guess they're a regional unit. Hmm. I don't actually know how Haegwang. I mean, I assume they're weak against Halb. I don't know if they're good against Cav, or if they're like anti-Cav or not. Um, no knights. Do get up to light Cav. And only the first attack upgrade for the Shu. Right. We have the fords being guarded by... Oh no, that's a wolf. I thought that was a scout right there. Oh. I heard fighting noises as the scout from Blast Double engaged against something. Up here we have some action as well. Alpha Grip Scout will get some hits in on these villagers from Terag, but will be forced back. For the moment, at least. And we have a relatively calm start, and it looks like Parker Potts is going out. Yep, so we have a dock. I really like that addition. There's a lot of fish here. I don't know. Oh, because it's only selecting the tuna. Okay. So we have like 3,000 food just in these deep fish right here. Then we obviously have the shore fish, which have another 3,400 food. So there's a good amount of food to be gotten here. Uh, Plus, getting that dock out early lets you kind of double boost your eco because you're building villagers and fishing ships. Alright, another engagement here, and Alpha Grip Scout will be forced to run away based on the HP. And house walls coming out from Terag. Now there are still a couple holes in that. Here, here, and here, but it'll take a while for these to go up anyway, so he's got plenty of time to worry about plugging those later. Second boar being brought in. This villager's not left on the shorefish, but I assume we'll see. Okay, it does have the wood. Could start building fishing ships. Fishing ships also from Alpha Grip, also on the water. The swordfish scared the scout. Hey, they have the swordfish have swords, man. You're a Dark Age scout. Nobody in your civilization has a sword, and then you run into a fish that does. That's scary. Scary thought. All right. So we have 2 players on water with the fishing and not contested at the moment, so can get a free fish boom going here, which I think is also going to help Hussar's eco, which is already, again, 10 villagers ahead. And Gumflinger will be the first to make his way up to the feudal age. What is this relic distribution, though? We have 1, 2, 3 on this side, 1 in the center, and then 1 like, where was it? Here? So I guess we have 2 for the flank players of Hussar and 2 for like this flank and pocket from Skirmisher and the 1 in the middle. So it is even by teams, but like the fact that the way it's distributed is weird with like 3 on the south side of the map. Like a big T shape. Feudal coming in now for Blast Double as well. Who is on stone already, so may also be looking at an early castle drop. Oh. Alpha Grip Scout shenanigans again. And yeah, these households are complete, but not closed. And I think Terag will have to put up palisade walls to get to the edge, or even a dock and then houses. But is still working on it, is slowly closing up those holes. And Feudal Age now on the way for most players. Scout harassing down here as well. However, is fighting against 4 villagers, so I think the scout will go down here for a Reaper. Yeah. Does cause a bit of idle time. And lets Reaper know that Blast Double is on stone. So we'll see if he's reaction. And more houses. But still not closed. Still need a palisade or a dock right there. And something there, and something there. Alright. Players are arriving. Dock now for Gumflinger as well. So we have 3 players on water for Team Hussar. Yeah, that is a wall. Now, do Shu get a discount on their houses? No. But lumberjacks generate food, so... Ooh, that's actually really nice. So he can technically send a bunch of villagers to wood, so he can build those houses and still get food income as well. And, so long as this wall isn't pressured, he'll never run out of housing, as Alpha Grip responds with a house wall of his own, which also isn't closed. Dark Zane going for the classic palisade wall, which is cheaper and faster to build, but does not give you pop space. Downsides to everything. Alright, second dock coming up for Alpha Grip Enjoyer, who's up to 3 fishing ships, 3 for Gumflinger as well, and 2 for Parker Potts. So you can see half this eco difference is just the fishing ships. As we have all players in feudal, lots of looms coming in. And a fire galley for Alpha Grip, which I think can actually range. I think the fire galley can actually range these houses, which would be so annoying for Terag, who put all that work in. Although, to be fair, it'll take a long time to knock down a house. But just the constant attacks on... Ooh, that is a fast Castle Age for Dark Zane. And double range again, so presumably Cav Archers is what we're going to be seeing from him. And this time, I don't think he's being pushed early, so might find success with that. Be able to get a ball of Cav Archers. Does also have the first eco upgrades in. Oh. Oh no. We have a sneak forward. What we got here? Archers and spears. Oh, it's going to be a timing thing. If the Cav Archers are here, I think Darkzane will be fine, but if Blast Double waits till the Cav Archers move out and then hits this wood line... Oh no, he'll find it though. The villagers are going to come out for this camp. Now, unfortunately, that does mean they're going to pop out right or the archers can pop out right in front of him. And Darkseid is under pressure again. And these villagers will, or these archers will whittle away, force this entire wood line to run away. Now, to be fair, they can run to the other side. But this is inconvenient for Darkseid. And, oh, Parker Potts' house. See, and that's not going to happen to Tarak, who is, is working on closing this, is adding some outposts as well, which is nice, and a tower, which was denied by the fire galleys. But still needs, okay, I like the stone wall. I don't actually know if that's closed up there. I think you still need, I think there's still one tile here that you need to build further forward. Here, here, like on one of those two tiles or this one, you need to build another wall for that to be closed. Nice denial from Alpha Grip on that tower though. And lots of pressure here on Darkseid as the archers are on his wood line. Does manage to snipe one of the spearmen with his TC. But it's very inconvenient for Darkseid. Does have a skirmisher out, which is working away and might actually, if... Okay, I was gonna say, if Blast Double doesn't respond, this skirms can just take out this entire archer army. Has whittled it down pretty far, and ooh, these spears will find the villagers. But Darkseid is gonna be able to push this back for now, and continues to expand his eco behind. Will need to do something about this forward base, because this wall won't help him a lot if Blast Double can still just send more military. Cav archers being mixed in now, and back to stalemate in the north. Fargo will send his scout. Now that does go down, but it keeps the archers in place, and that means the skirms can clean up the rest of this army. So still a good move by Fire God, I think. Who is also adding towers here as a level of protection for any armies that might be skulking about. Looks like Darkseid is gonna try and deal with this army. Should be able to take that out with a Cav archer there. And yeah, Blast Double will be able to start working away at these buildings. Ooh, stable coming up though from Blast Double. And Knights will rip through all of this. Castle Age in for the Spanish as well now, going for the mining upgrade. So I'm thinking we'll see Castle and Conks. More fishing ships being added as well. I think we just saw the fishing upgrade coming in. That is a big mass of fire galleys, and I think even if Terra gets this dock up, it's just going to go right back down again. What I would like to see is a demo or two for the shallows. From any player, and in general. We discussed this on the last imp set. If there's shallows, always build demos. That is my rule in life. I like that Blast Double keeps building more production buildings just sneakily away. Like he's like, yeah, all right, you found that production building, you can take it down, but I still have vills up here, and I can still just build production buildings faster than you can take them down. Second TC for Parker Potts coming up, which should further increase the eco lead, and the fire galleys are now starting to work away at these houses. And has Alpha Grip seen this dock? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so Alpha Grip is retasking these fire ships to take out this dock, which again, Terag now has a chance. These are pretty stacked fire ships. If you get a demo right here, he could take out most of those. But as it is, this dock is going to go down pretty quickly. Castle Age on the way for the remaining two Hussar players. And yeah, these houses are starting to melt, which is blowing that wall wide open. Over here, the skirms is still working away, but so many production buildings by now for Blast Double. These Persians, and hasn't really decided. He's added one skirmisher just to keep Darkseid nervous, like, hey, I'm producing from this. It's just one skirmisher, but you know, Darkseid has no way of knowing that, so he's going to be forced to be careful with that, just in case, you know, 10 units pop out of there in a second. And that also buys Blast Double time to decide what to go into. I'm seeing 3 stables, so I'm assuming cavalry. As Castle Age is almost in. We're seeing knights being queued up? Not yet. Nope, there they are. And Parker Potts building a castle, so I'm guessing Conks will be coming out shortly. Also kind of placing that between herself and the shallows here as a protective measure. And on the other side, the fireships have taken out the dock and continue to whittle away at these houses. And that means that Terek might actually end up being housed with, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more houses going down? That's a lot of pop space. Castle Age is on the way though. 2 on gold is not going to supply 3 stables, no. Ooh, nice little counterattack by Dark Zane here. Crab Archers are in. Blast Double has to bring in his entire eco, which is super full. Does not fit. But will they find this? Could deny that TC if he finds it, but I think they're gonna probably chase this scout. And so this TC has a decent chance of going up. Depending on where this scout runs. Oh no, the scout actually loses the cow archers. Oh, nope, they're going back to intercept. And they will find this. Oh, but they're attacking the TC, not the villagers. Okay, sees it. Moves in closer. That is a nice denial of that TC on 89%. However, over here, in the meantime, Blast Double has built a castle now. Is opting more for camels. And on the other side, War Galley's in for Alpha Grip Enjoyer, who continues to work on these houses. And let's see here. Can I? No, you can't see pop space by player. And actually, these fires will be able to melt this entire army as well if it chooses to engage. So Tereg will just retreat for now. And at the moment, this is looking very good for Team Hussar again. Another castle coming up here for Gumflinger with the Franks. Has 4 stables and is also looking to go knights. Do need to get more gold income. Most of them with less than 10 on gold if they want to go full knights. And we have infantry coming in for Reaper and Fire go. And yeah, once again, Darkzane is having to deal with his forward pressure. The knights and, well, the knight and camels are out for Blast Double. Will actually clear up this entire skirm army before it can take down even the archery range. And now we have war elephants. War elephants from the Persians are going to be really difficult to deal with for Darkzane. Needs to probably go into spears, and actually lost that ball of Carve Archers forward. I didn't see to what. Might have been the knights that are here. There's a lot of supportive military. It does have a couple more, but is about to be pressured by 3 players here. As Gumflinger's knights and Parker Potts. Well, I think Parker Potts' units just went. No. Here. Still has a conks. against these Cav archers. Double castle drop from Fire God, trying to secure some of the middle here. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, humans could go monks, but I don't think they have very good monks, do they? They're okay. No redemption, no illumination. I guess block printing would be kind of nice, or theocracy if you're really going into monks, but just to deal with a few elephants? Okay. Okay, the conks are going to just kind of shred the cav archers here. And on the other side, Alpha Grip ships are just keeping this entire military busy. Adding some galleons now. We'll be able to range more of those units. Yeah, Terrag having a hard time to push, finding a way to push right now. And on the other side, it's just so much pressure coming in. We're up to 3 war elephants now in a ram. And the conks are running in. And once again, the military difference is huge. The eco difference is 70 units at this point. I think this castle goes up. Yeah, Parker Potts is busy with the eco, looks like. So this castle will be able to go up, but maybe not. Conks moving in, 90%. Yeah, it'll go up. And that'll help. That'll definitely help with the defense. But in the meantime, oh man, this TC is just being dumpstered by these war elephants, man. That went down so fast. Step Husbandry coming in. Now, Darksand did build another TC, so he still has a second one. Second TC now as well for Terrag. But once again, we have Parker Potts on a 3 TC boom back here. And 2 for Gumflinger as well. And Alpha Grip continues to bait these units into fights here that he can just kite away from. Crossbow coming in, ballistics coming in. I don't hate an archer approach from Terrag, but then I think he needs to ignore this ball of ships and head over to these shallows, sneak around, and find some eco damage. Imperial Age on the way though for Alpha Grip Enjoyer now. And Imperial Age is in for Parker Potts. No trebs yet though. I guess your own castle is pretty far. Another defensive castle coming up here for Dark Zane to cover his retreat. But these war elephants are still running around. And I hear monks somewhere. Where are those monks? Ah, here, healing up the elephants actually. It's a nice little touch. Elephants are expensive. Imp on the way for all remaining Hussar players. And this is looking kind of rough for Team Skirm again. We do have a ball of Cav Archers, but those are just going to have a hard time against the elephants, right? We do have some pikes here as well from Reaper. But we can't run those into the castle. Okay. Pikes will engage against the elephants, which is good. But still going down fast. Does snipe the monk, which is helpful. Means those elephants will actually retain the damage. And they have taken a fair amount of damage from the pikes, actually. More pikes on their way in now as well. Cav Archers running into Castle Fire, though. We'll get one of the elephants, though, I think. Yep, and another one. So 2 of the 3 elephants go down, which is helpful. More conks are here now, though. And this is a nice castle from Fire God. It covers most of the shallows, which will help dealing with these conks. However, castle coming up here from Parker Potts, who's an imp. And we may be seeing trebs again soon to deal with these castles. On the other side, still a stalemate. We have knights added into the mix now from Alpha Grip Enjoyer, who's just continues to control the shallows, right? And oh no, the cav archers are running into the castle fire. Ah, that's so many cav archers lost. That is unfortunate. Another castle coming up here for the Reaper. And Darkseid may want to think about evacuating some of his eco out to a safer place. He does have a lot of castles around protecting him, but that TC is really close to where the other players are pushing. Imp on the way now for Fire God. If you can get there and start rolling out some trebs and sniping down some of these castles and clearing up the forward, that'll be really helpful for Team Skirm. Cavalier on the way, oh my goodness. 30 Frankish Knights, 30 seconds away from being Cavalier. 15 throwing Axemen. This is going to be a nasty surprise, although the Cav Archers bypass that. Could find some raids here. There's a fair amount of castles, though. Needs to be careful. We'll snipe away some of these reinforcements of the conks before they come in. And the North Galleon is in. Alpha Group just needs to add in like a few cannon galleons to knock down all these buildings and control the coastline even more, but does have full control here. Castle coming up. And the Cav Archers are going to run in and raid, but the Cavalier are coming for them. However, if Darkseid gets the Cav Archers over here, there's a lot of fairly exposed eco that he can snipe, which would be helpful for Team Skirmisher, as they are pretty far behind on eco at the moment. Every villager kill helps, taking out some of the trade. Trade is expensive to build, so those are nice finds. More Cav Archers raiding here, gonna find some more villagers. Another castle coming up for Parker Potts. And the trick with the Cav Archers, right, is you snipe, and when these Cavaliers start getting close, you just run away. Just be as annoying as you can, as Heavy Camel Rider is in for Blast Double. More knights in the north. Alpha Grip still in firm control of this crossing here. Don't think that's going to change anytime soon, as these Cav Archers are... Ooh, that's a lot of Cavalier to have on your tail. And yeah, Darkseid will just run for the moment, as the conks come here to help as well. That is 30 units. Okay, military count is evening out though. Still an advantage for Team Hussar, who are in Imp, which for Team Skirmisher, only Fire God is in. Ooh, more Cav Archers coming in. Ah, but the conks are doing really well against them. We'll be able to whittle down those numbers though. Let's see what happens when the Cavalier arrive though. See if Darkseid is ready for that. Oh no. I think he's busy over here. Okay, does pull back. Over here on this side, big push in the meantime. We have siege rams as well, trying to take out this castle. We have a lot of pikes. Probably want to engage those against the elephants before they take out the rams. Oh, we have the camels here as well. I think Blast Double will be able to protect himself here. And the ball of Cav Archers is still here, still alive. Has castles. Big pushback here from Terag in the north. Demos! We have demos! And oh my goodness. Is that? Ah. I think that could have still caught some with managed leap, but that right there, that was really good. Like I said, guys, demos. War chariots for Terag being added. Another castle to control more shallows. This is just such a big army here. Citadels coming in. Ooh. And Alpha Grip has ferried across some villagers, is building a castle here. This is a nasty flank that Terag is not going to be ready for. Another castle coming up here for Reaper as well. There are so many castles on this section of the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I hear cannons somewhere. Right? Or am I just hearing conks? Yeah, I might have just been... Oh my goodness, 40 conks. I was hearing the conks. Ooh, okay, petards. Where are these petards? Oh, they're just being queued up. See if we get a castle petarded down. We have Paladin and Chivalry coming in. That's gonna mean in a minute and a half, these will be Paladin and producing faster. Elite throwing Axeman as well. Imp coming in for Dark Zane and Terag as well, though. Defensive castle here. This castle is up for Alpha Grip. Bearded Axe. And the conks are pushing in into the castle fire. Into double castle fire. That's going to cost them a lot of HP, but there are a lot of them. And they just have so much more HP than these Cav Archers right now. Oh, Bloodlines is not in for Dark Zane. That's so much HP that you're missing. And the armors, right? Although neither player has armor. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I'm surprised. We have 10 castles in like one section of the map, and not a single player's. Nope, there's, as I say it, there's the Treb being queued up from Fire God. That will be huge if it finds value, but the Paladin are here. Paladin here, big engagement in the north again. More demos. More demos. Boom, half that army goes down. Beautiful. Big fight here, but the numbers advantage. Look at the HP advantage. This is 7,000 HP to 1,600. Oh, I like the mangonel though. Cards being added. Come on, big shot. Oh. Nice catch there from Gunflinger to take that out. Units still being added in. We have cataphracts added in, which will absolutely rip through these, and more cataphracts flooding in from this side castle from Alpha Grip. Bombard Tower on the way now. Army here just kind of walking through the middle of the base. Is being whittled away continuously by the castle fire, the multiple castles fire. But we'll still take out this TC, and once again, that'll leave Dark Zane without a town center. And the army and villager lead is starting to lean really heavily. 140 army to 60, 300 vills to 220. And Trebs are out. Trebs are out and are starting to drop these castles. Crap. There we go. Sorry, I just managed to catch my sock on a random nail, and this is a hand-knitted sock, so I can't have that getting a hole in it. Kept me busy a while, but I think we're good. I think we're good. Dark Zane, however, is not good. Everything is being trebbed down, more and more army flooding in. His eco is exposed now. That is a quiet blur. Elephants being added. Up here, army still holding. Ooh, that is a lot of army. And, oh nope, there's a demo. There's another demo already. Send it. Send it. Oh my goodness. 18 skirms killed with that. Devastating. Here comes another one. Bam. Oh my goodness. This is beautiful to watch if you are on the team that has the demos. If you're on the other team. Oh no. No. Oh no. 3 demos and the entire army is gone. Hey, Islar. Yeah, give me a second. I think we're just about at the end of this game. As Team Skirmisher is down to 36 military. And, dropping.
We are the yerba mate teabags staining the countertop of American pop culture.
Gosh. Yeah, all the castles are slowly being trebbed down one by one. And this fort, I am going to turn off that routine at some point. Hey, Righteous Caliber, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Alright, what do we got coming in here? Coiled Serpent Array. And the GG is called. See, this is exactly why streamers limit some of their redeems, because of people like my brothers. Ooh. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. I think that Onager did hit those elephants. Yeah. And again, GG, well played. Nice find, I think. Oh, congrats, Yuli, first person in stream. I think a lot of this was off of this sneak forward base, right? Darkzane put up the walls, but Blastable was already passed with his army, and once again, Darkzane setting up to go into his Cav Archer ball, but unable to do so because Blast just pressured him with archers. Logistica, let's go! And yeah, 15 villagers left here for Darkzane. Middle's being cleared up. Big fight in the north, more demos. There's one waiting right there. It's waiting. And alright, we'll find some value.
Huzzah! A man of quality.
Oh no. That is not just one demo waiting, that is several. We have Dromans added, which will also be devastating. And here comes the next demo. Bam! Oh my goodness. It is so satisfying watching demos connect to stuff when they're not connecting against your stuff, but love that. Oh, manual delete, nice. So much damage here, so much military taken out. Over here, red base has turned into gray base as half of all of Blastable's military buildings is actually right here, where Darkzane's base used to be. And we have cataphracts, elite cataphracts, fully upgraded elite cataphracts, I think. Right? No, still missing an armor upgrade. Shouldn't matter too much against skirms though, and the conks are here. The conks are here and are going to rip through a lot of this army. And here come the cataphracts. Treb is working away on the castle. And yeah, you don't even need to engage this army right now, right? Just keep them penned in and work away at this castle. Can the Droman range the castle? I don't think so, but it can range the skirms. And Ram Skirm isn't going to do it against this army, I'm afraid, as the... Ooh, what are these loaded up with? Oh, they're loaded up with skirms, okay. If those were loaded up with, like, pikemen, that could have been a really nasty surprise. Although I think even then, the Cataphract Conk could have done okay, but this castle will go down. And in the meantime, the Ball of Paladins, 50 Paladins and 28 Throwing Axemen has found Fire God, who will also resign, which is the correct response to seeing that in your base, I think. Yeah. And GG is called by Tarek. And that is game 2. 160 conks, 280 skirms, big numbers. My strats are 4-2-3-1 inverting. Alright. My strat is up up down down left right A B start. Military Alpha Grip takes the lead, and I think those demos. Oh, I think those demos contributed. What's the KD? 4.81. Yeah, big value there. And yeah, well played by Team Hussar, who takes game 2. And with that, let's hop back here for a moment while we load in game 3. And let me see, I believe Islar said he's here to co-cast. We are still on game 3 of Castle Bracket, which is Team Islands. Let me load that up real quick. And then, Islar, do you see the caster's booth on the Discord? If so, you can hop in. If not, jump in a different channel and I'll drag you across. And while we're getting that set up, we are once again doing a poll. Whether... Hey, how's it going? I guess it helps if I unmute him myself. How's it going? Pretty good. Do you have the Castle Age set pulled up? Okay, because we have one more game of that to go, which is game 3. If you it's Hussar versus Skirmishers. Yeah, it's game 3. Oh, you don't hear Islar? Give me a second. Uh, Discord being. Oh, yes. Okay, now you should. So
Hello, hello.
Yep. If you go to the replays and yeah, Skirmisher versus Hussar, it's a zip file, so you'll have to extract. But game 3. In the meantime, chat,
See
you
if
get
I
to vote whether Alpha Grip is going to build longboats on game 3. We are 0 for 2 at the moment. Hmm? And I will do this. So co-casting with me is Islar, whom most of you know. I think this is your first time co-casting with me, right?
think so.
Nice. Well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for
Uh,
having me.
yeah, sure. Very, very excited always to get new input. What are... Okay, I was gonna ask you what your prediction is for the Imperial set, but I think we all know the scores of all the games. So instead, I'm gonna ask you, what was your favorite map that you played this tournament?
Probably Two Rivers.
Brewers? Okay, that's fair. That was your
Yeah,
guys' home map, right?
it was one of them, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, nice.
It has enough variety and
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
yeah.
I need to like sit down and actually take a proper look. I did zero prep for that map this time, so I don't think my team lost much by not having me there on that one. But yeah, it is an interesting one for sure.
Like it requires a good bit of strategy. All right,
Yeah,
there's different things you can do. You can have different players go for different roles.
yeah. Oh, and it's very easy to
Um,
make messy
yeah.
because there's so many different angles, which yeah.
Yep. If one thing doesn't work, you just go to the next.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Let
Why
me know
is
when
this
you
not
have the
showing it?
game ready. All right, 3 in favor of we're seeing longboats from Alpha Group. I guess on Team Islands that's pretty likely, and he hasn't played Vikings yet.
Well, if he's not playing Vikings, it would be unlikely
Oh,
to see longboats, I think.
that is true, but he still has Vikings available, is what I'm saying. So, and
Uh,
I don't think we've had a single tournament where Alpha Group hasn't played Vikings. It's like Thalion plays Teutons,
Newtons.
and yeah, just have a couple
Yep.
players that really like specific civs that we see.
My
Think
game is not cooperating, so if you want to go ahead and get
Ooh,
started, I can join you once I
okay.
get set up.
All right, cool. I will do that then. Let me know when you are set to
Yep,
go,
we'll do.
and we can pause and coordinate. But in the meantime, we will go to game 3 on Team Islands. We do have Alpha Group playing as the Vikings, so I think it is entirely extremely probable that we will see longboats from him. We do have Vikings mirrored by the Reaper though, so we might even see more than one players going into longboats. Um, Rest of Team Hussar though, we have Gumflinger as the Italians, which is also a really strong hybrid civ. Parker Potts has the Huns, so maybe looking for a landing and then, well, either, well, cavalry of some form, I assume. I was trying to check. No, they do get Dromans. Huns get Dromans. So might be seeing some of those as well. And then the Celts from Blast Double. On the opposite side, we have a mirror of Celts, actually, from Dark Saints. So 2 mirrored civs this game. Fire God as the Spanish. And then we already had Reaper as the Vikings. Hey, Oluwaloba, thank you for the follow. And Terag playing as the Wu, which, again, not super familiar with the new civ, so I don't know what they get. Let's look at their doc here. Heavy demo. Oh, the Luchuan. So Luchuan I haven't seen much of yet, but it's basically a combination of like a bombard cannon and longboat. It feels like shoots arrows at smaller units and heavy projectiles bombard like at bigger ones. So kind of a mirror for the for Blat no not Blast Level for Parker Potts's oh man ship names mirror for Parker Potts's Dromans. We might be seeing both of those units, which would be interesting. Definitely getting a fair amount of variety from these civs on water.
All
Uh,
right, I got it up.
nice. Um, I am on 3 minutes 15. You want to let me know when you're there?
Yep.
Ooh, fair amount of hunt on these team islands, and a lot of fish.
A lot of fish. All right, 3:15.
Yep,
I am good.
cool. Then on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yep.
All right. We have Alpha Grip going for the 3-minute dock, playing this almost like it's Nomad. Which, to be fair, I don't hate that strat. You don't need an early mill because you have a fair amount of water buffalo, and then you can send your vills to all these shore fish, which will actually be faster and like way faster than the berries. Um, and you can, get those fishing ships out early, which is great. As you send your villagers to wood. Has delayed his lumber camp, but I think he can take enough wood off these stragglers to still build that while having those fishing ships out already.
That's an interesting approach. I don't think. I guess yeah, it makes sense on this map. I've never done that myself, I
Hmm.
don't think, but
I think the standard is still to go for a lumber camp
the lumber camp,
before, but I think this is workable. He'll just have to make
the
sure
lumber
to build the lumber camp before he runs out of stragglers.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting the one fishing ship out and having it collect food versus having sustained fishing ship production.
Yeah.
I
I
think would be the primary difference, but
mm, I don't know. I don't know which ends up actually being better. Um how much that extra food income changes things. Oh no, that's a house. Um, I know that on Nomad you often start with a TC and a dock, but that's because you can build your TC up right next to a wood line, so you don't need that initial lumber camp. Um, which here obviously the wood lines are a good deal further away.
yeah, different map. You got to go about it in a different
Mm.
way.
Yeah, I'm also curious what our Celts players are planning here. What is? I guess they get Cannon Galleon, they get Galleon, Fires, Heavy Demos. It's an okay dock, but I'm guessing those are going to be our landing players more.
Yeah, I'm curious how many players will go for landings versus will
Mm.
play water.
I suspect. Well, suspect Parker Potts and well, I think our Celts players have to go land. I don't think water is a great option for them. I suspect Parker Potts will go land, but I would love to see some Dromans, and I the same kind of for the Spanish. Although the Spanish do have the better cannon galleons, don't they? Elite cannon galleons. They have elite cannon galleons. Ah, yes, here more accurate cannon galleons. And I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
I would expect the Celts, the Huns to go landing, maybe the
Mm.
Spanish as well. But I guess we'll see.
I do expect the Vikings to be primarily water on both sides, and Italians could go either way. They're such a strong hybrid civ. Um, do you have the
Yeah, I
cheaper
could
fishing
definitely.
chips? So. And we have a lot of most players going to water at this point.
So we got Terag and the Reaper going to feudal. They'll be a bit faster than the others.
With some early farming economy from Terag here. But
Neither
Terag,
of those players is on water either.
yeah. So that means they're faster, but they won't be able to get like fire ships or something that can
No, it won't be for map control for
yeah,
sure.
deny. And I mean to be fair, the players that are on water from Skirmisher went for rear docks, whereas Blast Double and Alpha Grip both have front docks. Which is gonna allow them to take map control faster or landings. They do also, both of them actually double docked, front and back, which is interesting because that lets you have the safe fishing economy in the back, but also produce warships out of the front if you like.
Yeah, that seems like a planned strategy.
Mm,
You know, they went into this with the idea of having the flanks both do that,
yeah, and back
whereas the
docks,
pockets
yeah,
both just went for the back docks.
yeah. All right, Feudal Age is in for Terag, and it looks like he's angling for a fast castle as we have a blacksmith going up. Reaper has a lot of idle villagers right now. What is happening there? Okay, retest them. Right. Heavy lumber camp usage for Alpha Group, which makes sense going into water, and most players are now in feudal or on their way up.
Look at the Reaper's mill. It's right between his two gold mines.
Ooh. Now looks like he built it to get this rhino.
Yeah, after he gets the rhino, you delete it and
Yeah,
build a mining camp right there.
yeah. And I'd like to see a dock from the Reaper soon for some fishing. And even from Tereg as well, but for Vikings in particular. Drewster says Team Skirmishers have the stronger water play potential. I'm not sure about that. I think Italians are gonna do better than Spanish. Um, I haven't seen Wu on water, so I can't say, but I think Dromans are incredibly strong.
The Wu are pretty strong on water. Like they get the
Yeah,
bonus, like the bonus damage. I think for their demos.
okay, they
Um,
do have the Luchuan, which are strong.
and that's very
Oh,
strong as well.
and careening and dry dock is available earlier, and cost and research time a lot less. Okay, so so yeah, Wu are a strong naval civ. That's fair. That might shift it back. Uh,
We'll see. I do favor the Italians just because having the cheaper techs, the cheaper up,
yes.
costs to go up, and it's easier to get shipwright and other things. You can just produce so much so quickly that you can
Yeah.
kind of overwhelm oftentimes.
We'll see. Neither team actually going for it. Nope. I'm wrong. We have some fire galleys out from Blast Double. Celtic Navy is currently the strongest navy. You'll see the Wu later in
We'll
Imperial. That's
see.
fair.
We'll see if Blast Double sends that around to the back to hit Dark Zane's fishing eco.
Yeah.
This is an instance where going for the back dock is quite helpful.
Okay, second
There's no
fire
front
galley
dock to
out.
pressure.
Yeah. And there are a lot of fish here that could be found, but I think, okay, this galley looks like he's just grouping up at the front for now. And markets going up. We might see trade established fairly early on this map since it is very safe. Unless you're landed, in which case it's almost impossible to maintain. Now, do you favor market trade on this map or do you favor trade cogs? Because cogs are faster, especially once the upgrades are in.
It depends, I think, on how much water control you have.
Okay, that's fair.
I think land, or at least the games that we played on this, I think land trade was a bit safer.
Okay, that's fair.
But that might just be how the game's developed.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess.
I mean, either is viable.
Yeah, a castle won't range to the edge of the map from the island, so you do need enough water control to keep your trade ships safe. I hear a villager being attacked somewhere. Oh, yeah, Alpha Grip lost a villager to this tiger. Unfortunate.
Oh no, delayed market.
Delayed market. I don't. No, okay, he is sending another builder, so he has noticed that, and I think he's sending his scout to deal with the tiger as well.
So Dark Zane is in castle along with Terag, and Blast Double looks like is sending some fire galleys over. He's attacking the outpost. He's got one going over towards the fishing eco.
Yep.
But now Dark Zane has his own fire galleys.
Yes. So this fight will favor Darkzane as he takes the 3 versus 1 engagement early. The other fire galley's on the way, but yeah, the first one goes down. So numbers advantage still for Darkzane. And yeah, Blast Double will just pull away. That's the right move. Group up with that third galley, and now you can go in and take that fight with an advantage. Fletching coming in as well, actually. Ooh, but War Galley's on the way for Darkzane. So he's got...
Yeah, that's a big upgrade.
Yeah, Blast Double has a window here of about 30 seconds to take this fight. And he is targeting just 1 galley, whereas Darkzane was targeting 2, pulling away the weak one. This is really good.
That's a good micro, yeah.
Yeah. And I think he can win this even once War Galley is in. I think he'll have enough of a numbers advantage. Ooh, it's gonna be close. But he keeps microing that weak one away. Yeah, he's gonna win this fight.
But Dark Zane has more coming out. Blast Double does not.
Oh, there's one more coming. It's just the...
You win the fight, but...
Well, it's 4 versus 1 right now. Okay, well, yeah. Now it's 3 versus 3. Yeah, okay. Alright, so Darkzane will be able to clean that up. Nice defense from him there.
I really like these fishing ship numbers I'm seeing.
Yeah. From all players, actually. Lots of ships coming out. Almost all players in water. We do have galleys coming out. Or, yeah, galleys from Alpha Grip, as well as some towers to cover his eco. Even have some fires from Parker Potts, who now added a forward dock of her own. And only one player on water for Team Skirm, but he does have War Galley. And okay, Blast Double is in Castle Age, so he could get War Galley himself. As there is pressure now coming his way. Now he does have a castle coming up, which will help defend his dock. And oh no, that's careening, not War Galley. Interesting. Okay, 3 TC boom from Gumflinger though. Second TC from Blast Double, second TC from Darkzane. I think the eco is gonna, well, it's already outpacing Team Skirmisher. Team Hussar is 40 eco units ahead, and that's gonna continue to build with the amount of TCs.
Darkzane is sending fire galleys forward, which are going to get some fishing ships.
Yes, which will help even that out. And it does look like we're going to have a landing more likely from Parker Potts as we have Bloodlines coming in. But Darkzane will find this entire fishing eco from Blast Double and take it all down. Does have the 2 fishing ships on the front still, but these fire galleys can actually move on and hit the fishing ships from Parker Potts next.
Yeah, just go through each player.
You know.
So I think we have an update on our poll.
Oh?
Are we going to see Viking longships from
Looks
Alpha
like
Grip?
we are.
And it looks like we already have 4.
Numbers continue to grow. Alright. And forward pressure actually from Alpha Grip already, with galleys harassing the coastline. Pressuring Terag off of some farms there. Forward cast coming up from Parker Potts. I'd like that to be a little closer to the coastline to cover the dock. As, ooh, okay, the fire ships are in and taking out Parker Potts' fishing eco. 14 kills on these fire ships, 9 fishing ships, and about to be another 4 more?
A few more, and a couple, it looks like of the fire ships are going forward, so...
Yeah, these are nice finds from Darkzane.
Yeah.
I
just have to call out Gumflinger with 20 villagers in the queue. That is a boom that I appreciate.
That is a big boom, my goodness. And the castle coming up here for him as well. And, ooh, okay. Alpha Grip does have the firepower on those ships now to take out the fire ships. And I think that's where they're going as well. To deal with this navy from Darkzane. Now there are a lot of fire ships actually. 14 fire ships by now for Darkzane, so really leaning into that. Towers coming up defensively from Blast Double, which will help, and Heated Shot is in, which will do a lot more damage. And so actually with all these towers in the castle, Darkzane's gonna find it a little difficult to do anything much more against Blast Double here. Also, oh no, those are transports being queued up in the dock. And here come the longboats from Alpha Grip.
The longboats will win if they're microed, but
yes, not if they
if
just
there's no
okay.
micro, then
If there's no micro from either player and both players just okay, we do have some micro. Alpha Grip even pulls back under the castle. And
push those fire ships back. That's good.
Darkzane does not want to engage with that. Alpha Grip will probably snipe these 2 other ones. Again, pulling back for the castle to support. And yeah, that's a nice find. 2 more fires weakened. So yeah, Alpha Grip will be able to get some of this pressure off of the fishing economy. As, however, in the meantime, Terag has built a navy of war galleys, which are going to take out Alpha Grip's war galleys just by sheer numbers advantage. Alpha Grip does have 5 docks here though, so he can catch that up again or bring around his longboats, which continue to clean up the fishing ships.
Yeah, Alpha Grip's also getting ballistics, which will be a very helpful upgrade.
And Town Patrol wants to see those navies coming in.
Since he's got the watchtower there, I think getting guard tower would be quite helpful.
Yes, and I
Just
don't
shore up that
think
control
he
a little bit.
has heated shot yet either. That would also be super helpful in these water fights. Alright, forward
Absolutely.
castle on the coastline from Dark Zane to protect his own economy. Triple barracks, so potentially looking at landing him as well. Does have some transports. Parker Potts has 3 transports ready and is loading up villagers to go forward.
Alright, that looks like a castle. Although
Uh,
Parker Potts doesn't really
yeah,
have any
I was gonna
stone,
say,
so.
I was thinking that too, and I was like, 90 stone? Probably not. But stables, presumably, from the Huns. Alright, the eco is here.
Tables, I guess archery ranges. You have
Yeah.
a couple options.
The Navy is here from Terag, harassing the buildings from Alpha Grip. Hasn't forgotten about last game, wants to get back at him for that. But Alpha Grip has a decent sized navy here already, and the other half of his navy is currently working on denying a castle. I don't think he'll be able to, and he needs to pull those back, yeah.
Alpha Grip's also most of the way up to Imp at this point.
Ooh, yep.
So Team Hussar has 2 players, whereas Team Skirmisher only has Dark Zane on the way up.
Yep, and Alpha Grip's navy will engage this navy. I don't know how that's gonna go. He has the longboats, but heavy numbers advantage for Terag and the fire ships as well. So I think Alpha Grip's navy gets cleaned up here, and that tower might actually get denied. I think you want to pull those villagers back.
Yeah, that hurts especially because you now don't have as many ships to upgrade in 20-something seconds. When you
Yeah. Now he
get to
does still
Imperial.
have the 12 other longboats, so he still has his
Sure.
second half of his navy, but yeah. I think that was a little bit careless of a fight, maybe. And Darksane's still patrolling these fire ships. Will, however, miss the transports from Parker Potts going forward with 2 fire galleys as their escorts. Oh man, and one of those was loaded up with Tarkans
Tarkans.
actually, which are going to be devastating. I don't think there's really any land military from Team Skirm right now. No, okay, that's not true. They have some Geon swordsmen, some Woad raiders, some men-at-arms. But that's a nice forward. And Elite Longboat is a minute off. I think Alpha Grip needs to pull back from this fight until it's in. We'll kite back. Let the tower help.
Drydock's also coming in.
Drydock is coming in. Bracer is coming in. Chemistry is coming in. Galleon. Yeah, pull back. Pull back. The longer you wait, the bigger your advantage becomes. Let the tower whittle away. I think this will be pretty even in the end. Although,
Yeah, there's
Okay.
more longboats coming out, and it looks like a few will survive, so I think it's
fine. Yeah.
fine.
We'll clean up most of this forward navy that was pressuring him. Does need to watch out, there's more fire ships up there. However, this forward has been established, and these walls from Fire God are coming down too late. There are 5 stables being placed.
Parker Potts did not, use a half measure when it comes to this landing.
Yeah, that is commitment right there. Now, I like this castle from Fire God. I'd like it even more on this hill, like a few tiles over. But either way, it's going to deny one of the main access routes to his base by this forward. So it's a nice defensive measure. Could even wall along beside this to just close that gap off. Oop,
Yeah, I would
heated
like to see
shot
those
from Alpha Grip.
walls.
Hmm?
It looks like the Tarkans will not find the castle before it goes up, so.
Ooh, in the south though, Darkzane has once again sent his fire ships forward. They will clean up this navy, and then I think they'll find Gumflinger's fishing ships, of which there are 18, which is a lot of units to lose.
It is. Fish aren't.
Oof.
I mean, fish can still be efficient, but at this point, given the distance the fishing ships are traveling, probably not the biggest deal.
That
Gumflinger
is
also has
fair.
enough villagers.
Hmm. I think the bigger problem though is that the docks, I don't know if that trade cog was an intentional build, but that these docks are being found. Now, Galleon
Yep.
is in, but you just don't have the production buildings at the moment, I think. You have, well, 3 docks, but those are going to go down pretty fast.
Yeah, I think
Ooh.
Gunflinger should build docks in the middle now.
Okay, double castle from Fire God. One of those is being worked away at by Tarkans, though. Murder Holes is not in, so the second castle is firing on these Tarkans, but I think this one castle still goes down. Tried to repair, but... No, is gonna repair, but only some of the villagers are repairing? What's going on here? Half of the villagers are just standing there. That's annoying. Another big water engagement. Alpha Group clears up another navy. Up to 21 elite longboats now, and these are fully upgraded at this point, I believe.
Very strong.
Can melt that dock that's right there.
That +2 armor on the Tarkans just makes them so tanky to castle fire.
Yeah. Now, ooh, okay. Parker Potts redirects them to kill all the repair villagers, which is a good move, I think. And we have an additional landing from Blast Double, who now has Woad Raiders and a castle of his own coming up on the island of Team Skirmisher.
And that castle is splitting Dark Zane from the rest of his team.
Yep, and it'll deny this castle that Fire God wants to place. Galleon, no, Elite Cannon Galleon being added by Alpha Grip, and those can range most of Terrag's base. Alright, we do have some...
Cannon galleons are quite useful on this map. They can range so much.
Oh yeah. If you get full water control and can just start bombarding stuff with cannon galleons, that's about it. We have some navy being gathered up. We have galleon coming, but Alpha Grip might find these war galleys before galleon comes in, which would be fortunate for him, unfortunate for Terrag, but it looks like they're just passing each other. Okay, no, finds the galleys, the war galleys from the Reaper. But that will buy enough time for galleon to come in for, well, almost enough time. Some of them go down, but I think the elite longboats still win this fight pretty handily, even with galleon. If all of them engage. If Alpha Grip keeps half of them in the second row, maybe not. Double castle stack from Blast Double. Darkzane is an Imperial, is trebbing away at these castles, but it's messy.
Team Skirmishers gone for a lot of land military to push this back.
Yeah.
Which is good in a sense, but it also means that that's not pop that's on water.
Yeah, I do think you need to clean this up, but then you need to be ready to redirect into water. Do you manage to take out the first castle? I think the second one should go down as well. But it's still pretty chaotic. Now, they have cleaned up all the forward buildings from Parker Potts, who's been pushed off the island completely. And I think these buildings from Blast Double will go down as well. So good defense by Skirmisher.
Absolutely.
But you have the cannon galleons from Alpha Grip coming across now, and those can bombard an opening into pretty much anything they want.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I assume those are going to attack Dark Zane's castles that are right on the coast.
Yes. I think that makes most sense. I think they maybe can range the one castle from Fire God, but yeah, I think it makes more sense. Especially because you have the massive longboats there waiting that can protect the cannon galleons.
Yeah.
And still has
You're
another
also-
army of longboats here.
51 longboats.
Oof. Tarek missing all his ranged upgrades? Is he? Hold on. Oh yeah, he only has fletching. That's unfortunate. That'll make these fights a lot harder for him. And yeah, cannon galleons are here and are gonna start just melting castles. 4 cannon galleons. Hey, Late, how's it going? Yeah, alright. Fire ships are coming in to try and snipe these. Alpha Grip has a lot of longboats, but that is 11 fire ships. Let's see how this goes. Ooh,
They are
okay.
just fire ships.
Yeah.
I don't believe kilts get fast fire ship.
No,
and
they do not. And yeah, these longboats will just melt them. Now he does manage to snipe almost all the cannon guys. No, 2 of them survive. 2 of the 4. One of them is very weak. But yeah, dry dock is now coming in, but a bit too late now, and the cannon galleons can just move on to the next castle.
Yep.
Oh, these 2 fire galleys from Parker Potts are still working away at the stone wall. And yeah, now we have the problem that you mentioned earlier, is that we have a big land army from Terag sitting in the middle here, but they can't really do much now that the fort is cleaned up. Does of a dock here could potentially try and sneak that army forward, but we have actually more transports being brought back from Parker Potts for another attempt.
Team Hussar also has, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 castles now on their own island.
Mm-hmm.
So they're well positioned to defend if you do land.
Yeah, and Alpha Grip actually, it looks like, patrolling his longboats around to engage the fire ships before they can reach the cannon galleons, which is a nice move. Shipwright coming in for blast double, and war galley. And oh, Alpha Grip's other navy is pushing around the other coast.
Yeah, Alpha Grip is controlling both sides at the moment. Doing an excellent job of that.
Ooh, that's a lot of trebs though. Oh, they snipe one of the cannon galleons. Oh, that was dope. Okay, but the the longboats are here and we'll probably get all of the trebs in return. So not sure that was worth it. But that was a pretty sick shot. Oh, but there's more fires here that'll maybe find the other cannon galleon.
Oh, Treb goes down.
Oh, yeah, but these cannon galleons are super exposed to the fires.
Yeah, that's a nice distraction.
Yeah, I think Darksaint keeps his castle alive with that for now.
Yeah.
Oh, what a
was
sequence.
That? Sacrifice 1 Treb to take out 4 cannon galleons.
Yeah. And yeah, Alpha Grip will pull back his longboats again to conserve the numbers, because he doesn't actually need to take this fight right now with no cannon galleons to protect. 67 longboats.
That's a very satisfying army to control.
Okay, I think Parker Potts' fort was found and demolished, as we have 2 armies standing here. 3 armies standing here.
That the longboats are going there.
If the longboats are going here, if they see this, they could rip all that to pieces. Oh no.
Oh, they're just passing.
Yep. They are gonna help with these fire ships, I guess. Ooh, Champion just came in from Blast Double. Imperial Age on the way from the Reaper now.
Champion and the Elite Woad Raider, so he has infantry options. Looks like he's gonna go for a landing.
You have the transports, they're just, well, they're waiting there for now. But Alpha Grip has pretty good control of this water.
Alright.
40 elite longboats here now.
We have a wonder from Gumflinger.
Oh, let's go! Alright, what is that? 8 villagers? It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. Okay, and we do have trade from Gumflinger. And yeah, right now it looks like, is standard victory set? I don't even know.
I don't either. I guess we'll find out when the wonder goes up, right?
I guess so, right?
Gumflinger does have treadmill crane research, so it'll go up 20% faster.
That'll help. That'll help.
Parker Potts is up to 30 elite Tarkans.
Gosh. The question is, okay, no, it does have more transports, but there is still 2 armies waiting there for her. Well, 3 armies. It's a good defense from Team Skirm, but what they need to be thinking about is how they can kind of turn the tables a little bit, because it feels like Skirm is just kind of sitting there trying to fend off attacks, and you're not going to win the game like that at any point.
Yeah, Hussar has the momentum. They have, they've landed, they've forced reactions.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you want.
They're
So
fully
Skirm
dictating
needs to
the
find a
pace of
way
the
to
game. Yeah.
recapture that momentum.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that goes into taking water control. I was gonna say on the other flank, but as I say that, there's another 50 elite longboats there. We're up to almost 90 elite longboats with 30 more in the queue. Well, 20 more in the queue from Alpha Grip.
It's probably easiest if you just go straight across the middle rather than
I
try to
think
go
that's your
around
best
either of the
chance, and
flanks.
that's where you have all your armies and most of your navy right now, and it's the shortest route where you're least likely to get sniped down as another navy from Terra gets demolished. I
Yeah, I
do
think
think that
you
is the
have a couple
plan.
docks there,
Yeah.
build some transport ships and go straight there. Yeah. Oh boy, longboats are so satisfying though.
All right, 30 fires against 36 longboats, which will just snipe one or two and then retreat again.
Alpha
There's
Grip
even
did
a
a good
guard
job
tower here.
staying out of the
Yeah.
castle fire.
Yeah. And he's trying to bait these fire ships into the guard tower, but Darksane doesn't really want to take that fight.
The Wander is up to about 60%,
Protected by a castle even.
protected by a castle. Look at the walls going
Oh
up.
man,
Yeah.
this is...
Gunflinger as well has started building some galleons.
Alright. Yeah, he does have all the upgrades coming in. I don't
Although
think he needs
Gunflinger does
to.
not have a
Yeah.
single ranged attack upgrade.
And, oh, we have galleon spam. Yeah, he does need to get that. I don't think he has... Ah, no, he does have ballistics and chemistry. Okay. Oh, big fight here. Big fight as the fires engage against the longboats, but more cannon galleons here, elite from Alpha Grip to take out this castle, forcing the fight, and the fire ships will go down. Fire ships will go down. Alpha Grip even pulling back the cannon galleons for the time being. Doesn't want to risk a repeat of last time. As a mass of galleons from Blast Double arrives now as well to support. The wonder is completed. The wonder is completed and walled off. Look at it, so beautiful. It does look like we are on conquest.
Unfortunately, no countdown.
No countdown. Alright, so we continue to have this
Tarak is starting
standoff,
to build
but
fast fire
Gunflinger's here
ships.
as well. He is, against Galleon Elite Longboat, you're gonna have to get numbers for that to happen, and right now another navy's getting ripped to shreds. The eco difference is also 300, again 140 advantage for Team Hussar at the moment, and almost 100 military advantage as well. And Gunflinger will start working away at these docks.
Yep. Gunflinger, I mean, like basically just straight boom into massive eco. Then, you know, can transition into army when appropriate. At this point, could also sling resources to teammates if needed.
Alright, Darksane is diving for the elite cannon galleons again, but is forced to retreat. Gets one, but two more alive for Alpha Grip here. Oh no, actually the third, no, now the third one goes down. That castle is weak. I think Alpha Grip could snipe it at this point. Sends the galleons again. And oof.
Yeah, Team Hussar is just strengthening their control on water,
Yeah.
which makes it really hard for Skirmisher to really do anything.
Yeah, up to 65 galleons now from Gunflinger. And yeah, that castle's dead. And that means this entire coastline for Darksane is vulnerable. And if that eco gets hit, as transports unload, Blast Double's actually sent transports across behind this. Now, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on because there's so many units, but it looks like it's gonna clean up this army that was here from Fire God to protect, and with that, Blast Double will be able to move on the eco. Has 4 siege rams that can start knocking away at the buildings. 5, and another castle coming
So,
up.
Darkzane did get a landing in
Counter raid.
on Team Hussar's island.
Yes, and Parker Potts has nothing here to defend against this. 1 TC goes down. That is a nice move. Has Trebs here as well. Has infantry. A different forward landing here from Parker Potts. She has no army at home because she just sent her army forward. Oh man.
The base trade.
Yeah. Full island trade incoming.
The Trebs working away on the buildings. The Halbs are nice because they'll be able to counter Tarkins that Parker Potts can build.
Yeah,
The
but
Wood Raiders are just good at killing everything, so...
yeah, and Blast Double's castle is up here, and he can start spamming Woad Raiders. He is flattening Dark Zane's base, whereas Dark Zane is flattening Parker Potts' base. And
Yeah,
is
it looks like
actually
Dark
hitting
Zane is
Blast
losing.
Double's base as well.
Darkzane's losing his own base faster than he's doing damage.
Yeah, well I think he's even doing plenty of damage, but I think once this army gets stopped by running into the castle or whatever, he just can't replenish it because his own eco is getting murdered behind.
Yep.
And yeah,
There's
more
nothing there
navy
to
here.
stop all the siege rams and...
Okay, is fully taking apart this base from Parker Potts though, who is still adapting. Still has 40 vills. But now the infantry's starting to run into castle fire. On the other side, another castle for Blast Double. And the longboats from Alpha Grip are working away on all these docks.
Yeah, Darkzane's base has been more or less demolished.
Now, Parker Potts is keeping her Tarkins here at the stables because of the castles on the left. I'd like to see her go forward or around to see if she can find damage with that somewhere. Castle coming up here from Alpha Grip to help defend the push as one castle from Blast Double goes down. Who is also down to 30 villagers. Kind of in a rough spot actually. So we might see both the Celts players go down. However,
Seems that way.
Blast Double does have a bunch of, he has like, what is this, 9 villagers forward, so he could build a new base with them there that's protected by the castles. Safer on the enemy island than on his own, ironically.
Yeah, I'd like to
okay.
see a
Oh.
TC on the enemy island.
Yeah, but the Woad Raiders are here now. They're going to take out these Trebs, and with that, I think this push is pretty dead once it runs into Castle Fire. Tarkin's here now as well, and a lot of weak
All the
units.
Halbs will take out Tarkins, but yeah, it's lost a lot of its momentum.
And a lot of its health. Like, you
Yeah,
still
at the
got some
same
units,
time,
but a lot of
Potts-
them are weak.
Parker
Oh,
Potts
yeah.
has 60 Tarkins on the other island.
Yep, and starting to flood into Terrag's base. And yeah, I think we're getting close to the end here.
Yeah, those castles won't last very long against 60 fully upgraded elite Tarkins.
Nope. Well, yeah, they are upgraded. Okay. Yeah, look at that thing melt. Like snow in the summer sun. Yeah,
Also very satisfying.
that was... whew. Okay. Darkzane has actually built some forward production buildings, including siege workshops, and there are capped rams queued up like you wouldn't believe. Siege ram is on the way in, so it could still make something happen here. There's the forward TC we were talking about from Blast Double.
Yeah. We called it.
All right.
But yeah,
Okay, that's a
Terrax
lot of pikes,
Deco is
though.
kind of...
The pikes will be able
Yeah,
to push away
eventually
the
the pikemen will
Tarkins,
probably
but
win out.
yeah, there's so much damage done that I'm not sure if it'll matter anymore at this point. Down to 125
Yeah.
eco against 250, so each team has lost. Hold on, let me see if I can. Whoops. KD. No, I can just see the standard KD, not the eco KD. I think each team has lost like 100 to 200 eco units, and a lot of that in the past 10 minutes. There's been some devastating raids from both teams. Yeah, the pop difference is big. Elite Berserk coming in.
Alpha Grip playing the ultimate, most
Yeah.
satisfying Vikings game.
And this castle is being melted faster than it's being built by the Tarkans. And yeah, I think this is just about done. We still have this giant, massive galleons as well. 30
Yeah.
villagers, the highest villager count for any player on Team Skirmisher at the moment, which is not a great place to be.
It's not. Dark Zane still has 70 military. He's got the push trying to go.
Yes. We'll
on
actually
the
take
other
out another
island, but
castle with the rams.
He's making progress, just not as quickly as progress is being made on their own
Yeah.
island.
And you still have
Oh.
Gumflinger and Alpha Grip, whose economies are completely untouched.
Yeah, they're in very healthy positions. We have Celt Crossbow
Interesting. Something you don't see every
to
day.
fight the other Celt infantry. I guess in a Celt war it actually does
No,
matter.
fair. Treb here from Fire God, but I think that's going to be sniped pretty quickly. Although there's infantry here to support it. The Rams will start working away on this castle from Dark Zane. And he is still flooding units, has denied another castle from Alpha Grip. We'll take that down at 75%. But pike spam from the Italians is now on its way. 200 swordsmen on the way for Alpha Grip, but that's on the weak barracks. So I think that's going to be denied, yeah, because that's a lot of siege rams.
Unfortunate.
On the other hand, though, Parker Potts is running out of town centers as the Tarkans take out another one and make their way to the final one. Down to 13 villagers as well. This is a crazy game.
Yeah, Dark Zane's push is running out of momentum. His eco, he has some resources left, but he can't continue to produce the way he's been producing. So once he loses his current infantry and siege ram, it'll be very difficult to replace.
Yep. And, ooh, Terag is down to 6 villagers. Got this one wood line left in the center of the map, right next to the forward base from Parker Potts. The closer
Less
we are
than
to
100
danger,
villagers
the
for the
farther we are
team.
from harm.
You know, be where your enemy doesn't expect, right?
Yeah, exactly. Alright, but yeah, this push is petering out. Blast double has been almost entirely pushed up. Yeah, the longboats. Blast double was almost pushed off of the starting island, and I think he will lose this TC to the Rams as well. But the longboats are here now, sniping on both sides. Blast double's also dropped to 29 vills, but he's got another 15 queued.
The Vil difference, I mean, between the
Yeah.
teams is just too
Well,
significant. The military difference is
14
significant.
military against 330. And yeah, the
Yep,
GG's
and there's the
called.
GG.
What a
game.
wild series, man.
Game, Team Hussar. I'm excited that we got to see. I'm excited we got to see a wonder.
Yes, that was pretty great.
I was not expecting that.
Orville's being sniped here.
I think it was a good strategy from Team Hussar. You basically have two flanks go water.
Mhm.
One of your pockets goes for landings. The
Mhm.
other pocket just booms.
Yeah, yeah, that worked out really well. And getting
Yeah.
getting those longboats out early as well.
Yeah, very strong.
It's great.
Supporting the cannon galleons to take
Mhm.
out, everything that you can from water.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid strategy.
And another town center being melted. And now the castle. Ooh, what do we have in this far? Oh, look, the transports from Darkseid are still alive in the far south corner. You'll never find us.
Hidden for later, for safekeeping.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case you need them.
You never know. The Dark Zane has one villager left, so
Yeah, I
one
mean,
villager and four transport ships.
yeah. All right, here come the Tarkans to clean up Fire God.
Monday.
We'll actually bypass the stone miners, but there it is, GG. Okay. Actually, okay, I thought longboats was going to be the most created units for Hussar, but it's actually Tarkans, 225 to 197 longboats. 200 fires.
There were some cannon galleons and galleons
Yeah,
mixed in.
that's true. High military score for Dark Zane, actually. They did do a really good job with fires, found a lot of eco damage, but KD of almost 2 for Alpha Grip with those longboats, finding a lot of damage. And yeah, oh my gosh, look at this eco from the Italians. Just like a mountain range behind everyone else. Yeah,
That is
132,000.
satisfying.
Society score, I assume, yeah, we'll see one wonder max. All right, nice. Well, with that, Team Hussar takes the series 3-0. Congratulations. For some reason, Capture H does not let me want to add in the third point, but either way, that concludes the Castle Age series. Will our imp bracket be able to match this game? I don't know. I really don't know.
We'll see.
All right, let's see here. Now, I don't know what order the games are for Caravel versus Thirisadai, which is our next matchup. Um, we have Heatstroke, Sardis, and Hun Akare. And if it's, I think Capture Age sorts them by how old the files are, in which case Heatstroke would be our first map.
Thirisadai versus
Caravel.
Caravel. Were they put in a different chat?
No, they're in the replays. Um, they're okay. So the first game, no, the first game is above the Skirmishers versus Hussar, and the other two games are below. One Fiddle posted them one match at a time.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see.
Heatstroke for the win, says Drewster. Interesting that someone on Team Longboat would like Heatstroke.
That is interesting.
Who'd have thought?
As I recall, that was their home map.
It really was.
As a member of Team Longboat, were you disappointed you didn't get to play Heatstroke?
Kind of. I mean, I got to play it in the third set, and that was great. Uh, I would have liked to play it against the other teams. I'm more disappointed I didn't get to play Hun Akare. Um, I was really interested to see how that strat was going to work, since I was going to hold the south flank with the Mayans with the cheaper walls. Um, and that was something I did practice. But I got the maps that I really wanted to play were Heatstroke, which I got to do once, and Chaos Pit, which I got to douche people. So, really can't complain too much. Got the most important
That was
stuff.
a fun game to watch.
I had so much fun for the first half until like mid castle, and I was like, all right, this is as far as I ever planned. Now what do I do?
What's the follow-up?
Wait a second, they haven't resigned yet. What do we do? Help!
I still have to play? No.
Yeah. Oh well. All right. Well, let me
Okay,
know
so I
when
got.
you're ready. Too much chaos. There's no such thing as too much chaos. That's what makes the game fun. All right. So that's why I can't get to imp bracket. I maybe we to be fair, we have plenty of players in imp bracket who like to not have chaos and like closed maps or maps where you can boom up, and then I'm just not one of them. You can gauge how much people like chaos by how much they like nomad, I think. And most people in Blair do not like nomad.
Nomad is my favorite map.
I love nomad so much. It's so much fun.
I could play Nomad all day.
Oh yeah.
I think I gotta close
Okay.
my game again.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. It's not refreshing the
Oh, yeah,
loaded
yeah.
files.
Yeah. In the meantime, so we got upcoming the last set from round one, which is Team Caravel versus Thirisadai. So Fletcher, Puddles, One Fiddle, and Juby playing against Trenig, Snowman Lord, Trashpan, and Gilgalad. Um, Listen, will we ever get Nomad in the imp bracket? I have been campaigning for years, basically since the beginning of Blair Community Cup, for Nomad to be included. And since Trenig got his no time limit on maps, I think it's only fair that we add Nomad as well to balance that.
We'll also advocate for Nomad for
No.
next year's tournament.
Yeah, everybody go to the feedback. I think, is there a feedback up yet for the tournament?
If there's not, there will be.
Okay. Otherwise, go into the tournament chat channel and start typing how much you want to see Nomad next year. We're gonna make it happen. It's gonna be an all Nomad tournament. It's gonna be great. The maps will be Nomad, Water Nomad, Land Nomad.
Houseboat.
Yeah, houseboat. Oh, houseboat. Oh man,
I don't understand why that was in the Nomad tourneys, but hey, I like it.
I guess it's just the because you have to like move your from your starting base, but yeah. Oh, what is it? African
Yeah.
Clearing is also a Nomad start.
Oh yeah, yeah. Bedouins,
Yeah,
which I think was a precursor to that map.
yeah. There's some good Nomad maps out there.
We could come up with enough to
Yeah,
make a tournament.
Unacre, but Nomad start.
An Ackery Nomad style.
And instead of or water nomad on shallows, but instead of a starting scout, you get a starting demo.
That's not great for scouting purposes,
It's
but it could be funny.
it can be, but you got to be careful. What do you want more? Do you
No
want to
attack stance
destroy something,
immediately.
or do you want to oh,
A Roving
roving
Raiders
raiders?
tournament.
Ooh, there's an idea. See, pitch all this
There,
to
yeah,
Southpaw. If even if we don't get it for the tournament, we can maybe implement some of that stuff in the summer events.
yeah. Do a mid-year tournament or something.
Yeah.
All right, I got the game up.
Okay. Heat stroke.
Yep.
Okay. Give me just 1 second here. What second are you on?
Zero. Second eight.
Okay.
8 seconds.
I think,
Southpaw's watching, right? Well, he should be. This is
yeah,
his tournament.
right? I think he sort of is. I think he might be also. Why does it say game paused? Does your game
Are you at
play?
what are you at?
Oh, okay. No, it wasn't starting. It was just sitting there and it was like game
Oh,
paused. And I was like, okay, the game hasn't started. Why is it paused? Oh, let me just update the team. Okay, we can do that in a second. Okay, ready in three, two, one, go. All right. So, oh no. Okay, change the overlay.
I do enjoy how every time I go to your stream, it tells me that it's intended for certain audiences.
Yes, certain audiences, TM. I hope I get
It
the
makes
team
me
names
wonder
right.
if I'm the certain audience.
It's just, it's very convenient because that way. Why is Capture Age paused? Hold on. You may have to pause for me for a second.
Yep.
Uh, okay. What second are you on?
I'm at 1 minute now,
Okay, let me just catch up to you real quick
so I'll
because
wait for you.
I
Yeah.
guess it paused when I updated team names. Okay. All right. Three, two, one, go. Awesome. It's the thing is it's convenient. I can just say my stream is for certain audiences, and then if people complain that they don't like the stream, I'm like, yeah, well, you're not part of the certain audiences then, I guess. It's very simple. Uh, all right.
Yeah.
So, Heatstroke, we on the left we have Team Caravel. One Fiddle as the front flank, playing as the Chinese. Fletcher as second flank, sorry, as a Khmer. Juby as the front pocket as the Aztecs, and then the deep pocket we have Puddles as the Poles. Interesting. You wanna hit the other team?
Yeah. Yeah. So on the right hand side for Team Thirisadai, in the front we have Snowman Lord with the Britons. In the back flank position we have Trash Panda with the Mongols. In the front pocket we have Trenig with the Huns, and in the final back pocket we have Gilgalad with the Persians.
Interesting. Okay,
So what do you
so
think of this map in general? How do you came from the team that I would say had the most success on it. How did
yes.
you guys approach it?
So a lot of our approach was that um, the realization that it takes really long to get to the back players is important. And so instead of having like a left flank and a right flank, you essentially have your front flank, and it's either you're pressuring them or they're pressuring you, right? Um, but then that means your front player can is probably good for if you want to tower rush, archer rush, anything like that. Your front player is the only one that's going to be able to do that. By the time you're at the second flank, you probably already want to be going into scouts just to cover that extra distance. So our game plan was essentially like, all right, our front two, our front two players are going to go aggressive, and our back two players are going to boom. With our first pocket just doing a straight up fast castle and have a castle drop ready. And then our deep pocket is just going to 3 TC boom, the classic um, you're perfectly safe, boom up all the way until your eco is absolutely roaring, then bring in a power unit and steamroll everything. And I think that worked every time. Um, Sometimes we managed to get that forward pressure early, so we were already pressuring by the time the castle came in which case you can, drop a castle on the front player and effectively kill him. Sometimes we had to do that more defensively, but then we're always able to push by the time that power unit that came in. Um, the other team was almost never in a position to counter that. Um, yeah, and it's interesting to see how that'll affect next year, how what people will find to counter that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think one of the things we learned this year is that army control is just it's everything on
Oh
this
yeah,
map.
yeah.
Um, so you want to have your front players have that army control to allow your back players the time and space they need to boom up and then
Hmm.
be able to hit, deal that like death hit.
Hmm.
killing hit.
Yeah. I think what's
Yeah,
also
so
what we noticed is that like you have these side flanks with wood and stuff, which is great, but almost the entire action takes place on the center line, and you lose so much time going out and around, even if it's to like get a sneak attack in the back, that is almost never worth it. And so until you hit like late Imp or like you're well into Imperial Age, you don't have much of a need to look out at the sides. And then even then, like the main reason you want that is you can start, walling off one side so you can set up trade. But
yeah,
other than that, like
it's
focus your energy up the center.
well, and it's tricky too because it's a team game. You want to coordinate your armies,
Hmm.
but it can be very difficult to go from one side to the other side. So
Yep.
if one player has archers and another player has scouts, you want to keep those together. But mobility isn't as useful necessarily because you're
Hmm.
splitting up your army then.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting.
All right. Early scout wars have started, and it looks like one fiddle has lost his scout. Uh, Snowman Lord and Trash Panda scouts have both lost damage, but we have all 4 scouts here from Thirisadai. Whereas Team Caravel it's just Fletcher's scout retreating right now. However, one fiddle is walling himself off in the north. So should be fine even with those scouts coming forward. And we have Feudal Age coming in from everybody except for Fletcher, who's already there.
Fletcher going scouts.
Yeah,
I
no
don't
big
think there's
surprise there.
really too much of a surprise there.
No.
It does look like there's been some idle TC time for just about everyone.
Hmm. Yeah, and actually, pretty heavy eco difference. I guess it's with all the Feudal Ages coming in that heavily affects it. Um, Yeah, I was gonna say 8 villager difference is pretty big at this stage, but we had earlier feudal ages for Caravels, so they'll catch that up, I think, a little bit as well.
Yeah, I think that also reflects some idle TC time on
Yeah.
Caravel's side, like I mentioned.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, one fiddle has the walls up to protect his berries. It looks like Fletcher's going for something similar. Snowman Lord is going for double archery range, so he's
Yeah.
going archers.
And it looks
Trash
like
Panda's going scouts.
yep. And I like what Thirisadai are doing, especially their flanks, which is they both walled off the south and they both set up military on the top. So they're planning to pressure one side and the other side they're just kind of turtling up. And you can see Fletcher has scouts here, but they're not going to be able to find huge damage because the closest player that's like the closest opening in the enemy bases is Trenig right now, and he has walls coming up as well right now.
Yes, that might pose a problem though. Trash Panda, like he has access to his gold. He's included it as part of his wall.
Hmm.
But if they have any archers, that would be tricky for him to
Yes.
get to.
Yes. But for now he's fine. The scouts are trying to maybe work their way in, but on the other side we have archers and scouts going forward, and it looks like they're grouping up to hit Fletcher. Which I guess is fair since one fiddle is completely walled off up there. There's scouts from Fletcher up here as well, but they're just kind of passing. Could, yeah, find some of those archers and snipe them as they go forward one by one, though. And Puddle's scout just went down to Trenig's TC, who is on his way up to Castle Age already, as is Gilgalad.
Puzzles is fully walled except for the 2 palisades that he... Oh, it looks like he's sending a villager to fix that.
Oh,
So
yep.
fully walled, the plan is
Yep.
clearly just straight boom.
Yep. And with the pulls, he should be able to do that pretty well. Full walls coming up for one fiddle here as well to protect himself, although there is still a hole between that archery range and, yeah, he'll plug it with a house. I was gonna say that you have scouts streaming through there, so you should be aware of that.
Yeah, there's a fight between Snowy and Fletcher. Looks like Fletcher might get pushed off, but there's some eagles in support from Juby.
And yeah, the archers are gonna have to treat. Actually, the eagles should be able to clean this up. I think.
Yep.
Good micro from Snowy. Does take out one, but the eagles are fast enough that I think it's still fine. And we have some. No, Trash Panda's here with scouts. We'll push the eagles away. So the archers stay alive from now. One Fiddle is being super annoying with archers of his own, kind of pushing Snowy off of his wood line. So some nice pressure there. Would like to see him use those
Caravels more than
archers to
caught up.
snipe the villagers that are repairing the house. Yeah, the ones that Puddle's attacking. Force that entry, and he will do that now.
Team Caravels caught up in villager count. They've actually have a lead,
Alright, big fight
but
in the
Team
north.
Caravel does not yet have anyone in Castle Age.
Yes. However, it looks like the Eagles have snuck past the scouts and are taking out the archers. So Thirisadai should be, or sorry, Caravel should be able to clean up this forward pressure, which is very nice.
And they
for
will.
them. Oh. Now Snowy's gonna have a hole in his wall, but the problem is, what do you do with that, right? Armies can't actually push in there super well, because they'll be running into TC fire. So taking on the house, unfortunately, Snowy's still pretty safe and has actually just moved most of his eco north. The scouts will try to run through, but take some TC fire there. And Snowy's on his way up to castle as well, actually.
Yeah. So Trenig has some cavalry archers on the way. So let's see what he does with those. It looks like they're just gonna go forward, maybe to try to pressure One Fiddle or Fletcher. Gil-galad is going for his third TC. So with Persians, he should have a very smooth boom. You get that third TC up, I mean, your eco should just be flying. He's the only person in the game so far with more than one TC.
Yep. And he is putting on his third. Hey Amzo, yeah. So like Drewster said, this format is 4 teams of 4 in a swish stage. So each team plays each other team. In not a best of 3, but a play all 3. And the team with the total most map wins the tournament. And if there's a tie, then the head-to-head matters. And alright. Still have pressure on the south here. Moved on to Trash Panda now. And like you said, this is kind of a problem for Trash Panda because he's forced to kind of give up his main goal.
This is only access to gold right now, so...
Yeah, he might actually
he's got to market.
Yeah, he might actually want to. I mean, I guess he's going. If you're going scouts, you don't need tons of gold access, but I think it'd still be helpful to, you know, drop a tower there, push that army away, and because you're gonna need that gold eventually. Maybe not for the scouts, but later on, as the cav archers are in. And
yep, they're gonna force up some walls from One Fiddle.
more cav archers from Trenig here coming forward and could potentially deal with this pressure on Trash Panda's base as well. Looks like they're just hanging out for the moment though. They're just covering the second TC from Trenig that's coming up.
The one villager TC.
Yeah. And the scouts in the north will be pushed away by the spear and archers. Ooh, the archers are running in and through Trash Panda's base, actually. They don't take too many losses. It will cut off the wood line, but oh no, they're running into the TC fire, yeah. And that'll clean all that up. Third TC from Trenig now. Second TC finally coming down for Juby, the first player on that team to add another one.
Yeah, you would expect over the next few minutes, because of the extra TCs, or Team Thirisadai to gain more of an eco lead.
Yes.
My army numbers are pretty similar, so...
Yeah, for the moment, it does look like Caravel is now looking at expanding their eco as well. Another TC coming down for Fletcher. But it is something they have to be aware of. They've been trying to do a lot of pressuring and not finding a whole lot of success for it. So they need to kind of make a decision here on whether to lean into eco or how to address that, or else they're going to start falling behind pretty quickly.
Yeah, one fiddle's on the way up to castles, so
Hmm.
that everyone in the game then would be castle. No one's expanded too far away. It's really just been to the secondary golds or other resources around the starting bases.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You have so many starting resources close, even the secondary stones and golds are so close that it's easy to keep a compact base on this map until late Imperial. Like, this TC from Puddles in the north is the furthest anyone's gone. Well, I guess the one in the south from Juby as far as well, and is actually expanding down, adding another layer of walls here to kind of secure that southern part of the map.
Yeah.
So we have the single scout
So-
raid attacking the blacksmith from Gilgalad.
You know, just constantly give that attack notification so that
Be
they
annoying,
aren't
right?
ready
Yeah,
when you hit them somewhere else, right?
exactly. And who knows, in another 500 hits, that blacksmith might go down, and you'll have to build another one.
Oh no. Yeah, so pretty significant economy lead for Team Thirisadai.
Yep. Bit of a stilling here. Actually, no, some crossbows here from Snowy got caught out. And we have a 3-player army kind of pushing forward. And we'll find some more crossbows for their troubles. Defensive castle coming up from Snowman Lord now, though? Yes. Oh, no, sorry. That's Gilgalad's castle.
Yeah, so we got more knights for Team Caravel, cav archers, and only a few knights, and some crossbowmen for Team Thirisadai.
Yeah, ooh, but half the knights leave, and the crossbows will clean up the rest of the knights from Fletcher. So that'll actually allow
Yeah,
the crossbow mass to stay alive and the castle to go up.
Yep. So Fletcher's gonna try to go back further, find some more damage. Snowy's getting ballistics, which will help greatly in these fights against knights that are running away.
Yeah, in the meantime though, Puddles actually, who sent his knights forward earlier, is gonna run and find some damage, but there's cav archers here, there's a lot of towers and TCs. I think these knights are gonna go down pretty quickly. Do have 2 armor upgrades, so can tank a bit of fire, but that was what, 4 or 5 villager kills? I'm not sure that was enough. You're 20 villagers behind it. Well, 15 villagers behind. Have added more TCs, have Caravel. Still behind in total, though.
Yep.
And one fiddle's pushing in the south with crossbows. We'll find this TC. There's just... I think that's the thing about this map, is it's... After Feudal, it's very difficult to do much raiding, because the ecos are so compact that most eco is going to be covered by TCs or castles. So you got to start adding in siege much earlier than a lot of other maps.
Yeah, siege or castles, something to establish a foothold
Yeah.
and to really put pressure on your opponent.
As we have crossbows and camels forward from Thirisadai in the north, while in the south we have crossbows from one fiddle. We'll run into these cav archers. Should out-trade them just on numbers.
Trenig is currently losing his cav archer army in Puddle's base. Somehow he got through the walls that Juby had constructed,
Yeah.
but got trapped by a bunch of knights and eagle
Is there a
warriors.
hole somewhere there?
So that's gonna hurt. I'm assuming somewhere. There's always
Yeah,
a hole, you know.
well, yeah, I'm checking right now. I don't see a hole anywhere. But then you never do.
They could also have gotten through the gate, so... Or the
Maybe.
hole could have been in the north
Yeah.
of the base, where there's some elevation.
Ooh,
So Trenig
alright.
still has a decent mass, but...
Yeah, in the north though, Trashpan and Snowy are now pressuring, managed to punch through the palisade, force more defensive walls out of Fletcher, who's coming in with knights, but there's camels here. Although, yeah, there's a lot of knights from Puddles. I think off of sheer numbers, if Puddles and Fletcher collapse on this together, they can take it out. But you want to coordinate, and Puddles is... Knights are kind of sitting off to the side at the moment. Still, Trash Panda and Snowy will retreat for the moment, as we have a 4th TC coming up from Trennick.
Yeah, Trash Panda went 3 TCs, but he's had a lot of idle time. So
Yeah.
he hasn't been constantly producing bills, so his eco's suffered. He can't keep up production with Fletcher or with Puddles.
Yeah.
So even though they look that the fights may go fine now, long term that might hurt them.
Alright, big engagement in the north. The knight numbers will overwhelm the camels and should be able to take out the crossbows after.
Yeah, that will give a lot of map control, army control to Team Caravel.
Yeah. In the south, though, we have the Cav Archer mass from Trennick cleaning up One Fiddle's crossbows. Isn't trading horribly, and One Fiddle does have a rocket card out now, so Trennick needs to be a bit careful, but the army's, I mean, the rocket card is separated from the army, so not actually going to be able to find value, and then I think the Cav Archers will just snipe that down.
Yeah. At this point, Team Thirisadai has a, 40 eco lead?
Yeah. Juby is on her way up to Imp, though, as the first player.
Presumably going Elite Eagles, which will be quite powerful on this map, I think.
Yes. And is dropping a castle forward. Honestly,
Snowy's also going to Imp.
Seeing the crossbow and Cav Archers, you could even go just Twilcha Skirms with the Aztecs, which would be really nice.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like Juby's going monks. That's 7 monks in the queue.
Ooh. That is Trennick's strat, which is weird because Trennick's on the other team. Now, to be fair, Aztecs do have really good monks. She'll want to invest into upgrades to make sure you get that extra HP. Okay, but it's dropping barracks forward, so presumably Eagles are going to be the play here.
Yeah, immediate Elite Eagle click.
Nice. Imp on the way for 3 players from Thirisadai now, though, as well as from Puddles. So Caravels is on a little bit of a timer here. They're 30 pop behind now, or 30 eco pop behind. Do have a bit of a window here where they can maybe find damage. But again, there's no siege here to support any of this, and that's going to make it really hard to push into anything. Although that is a forward castle from Juby. And if you can use that as a base of operations to expand from.
Yeah. We'll see what Snowy's able to do with his Imp timing. He'll get the extra range that you get with Britons. Plus, you know, Bracer, Chemistry maybe, Arbalest.
See, and that's where I would really like the Aztecs to go Skirms for the Hoocha to get that extra range and attack on the Skirms. Because that's one of the best Skirm counters to Briton Archers.
Yep.
Just because you can match the range. Now, there is a rocket cart here, which is kind of rough, but it's getting outranged and gets sniped down, yeah. And I think, I think Juby needs to abandon this castle. This army's getting pushed back, the crossbows are pushing out. Oh, might lose all the villagers here.
I don't think you want that right now.
It is a lot of villagers, but...
But she also has some Elite Eagles back.
Yes.
So you could maybe threaten those.
That is 28 crossbows, though, and the camels are here now as well. Yeah, I don't think this castle's going up.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh,
Doubt
quick
castle.
walls, quick walls. House walls, Eagles are here, we'll engage the camels, but the Skirms are getting overwhelmed by the crossbows, which are now Arbs. Knights are here to support. Elephants are coming out from Gilgalad.
I like it.
Can't wait to see this bracket play longboats, says Cluster. Listen, I don't want to disappoint you, but I don't think we're seeing longboats this game. Second castle from One Fiddle. They're hard committing to this, but the army is so dicey right now.
They do have more units.
Yes.
And I think they're gaining control slowly, so I think it's a good idea.
And this second castle, I think, should be able to go up. And oh my goodness, that is a lot of production buildings. So, I think Puddles is going cavalry.
Good old Polish cavalier.
Would be my guess.
Fletcher's also making elephants, so
Yeah.
lots of elephants this game.
Now, okay, no, Slugta's in, but Lytic Legacy is not in for Puddles yet, and he'll want to get that for his Winged Hussar, because that just makes it so annoying. The Aztec Castle goes up, and One Fiddle's Castle should also complete here shortly. So they do have an ability here to do something with that. Savar is on the way for Gilgalad. I think you've seen enough cavalry, though, between the camels and the elephants and stuff, and the cav archers, that Team Caravel needs to be thinking about some sort of anti-cav unit. My guess is Aztec Garland War pikes are going to be the best thing you have.
Yeah.
Chinese get Hal, but
They could also just match with their own cav. The issue would be the camels, but
yeah.
at this point, Trash Panda's eco is kind of not strong enough to support the number of camels they're gonna need.
Yeah. The problem is your cavalry is going to get overwhelmed, right? You have Persians with Savar. I don't think you have any. Do Khmer get Paladin? Because if not, then no.
I don't think so. I think it's just
they get
Cavalier.
Cavalier. Poles only get Cavalier. Chinese only get Cavalier. So you're up against Savar and camels with. I mean, they're cheap Cavalier, but they're Cavalier. That just doesn't feel great.
Yeah, but you have enough of a military lead, I think, that it's okay. Because on the top, like, you have Fletcher pushing. At the bottom, you have One Fiddle and Juby pushing.
Ooh.
Right?
Alright.
So you're dividing their
Yes.
attention.
You do have elephants from Khmer. So you do have a power cav unit. And in fact, you can go elite battle elephant, and that'll do quite well.
Yeah. If you're able to hold your military advantage, which it looks like they're going to do. Snowy's eco has just been decimated. He's down to 24 villagers, 14 arbs. Right, about to be no TC gaming.
His eco is running, is back at the top somewhere, and even there you have the Winged Hussar from Puddles now. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
And then,
was
I mean, behind him, Trash Panda doesn't really have much to provide any defense. So I think it's looking really good for Team Caravel.
Yeah, and Thirisadai is finding the same problem that Skirms had in Castle Age, which is that cav archers don't do great against elephants. And that castle will go down, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All that HP.
Yeah, Paladin is coming in for Trenig. And he has already got a decent massive Cavalier. So that'll help. But the military count is 2-1 now. And yeah, I think with Snowy being out, his Arbs being slowly whittled away, the last of his Arbs, this is looking rough for Thirisadai. In the north,
I think if
Fletcher's
you're
elephants.
Caravel,
Yeah.
just pushing out units is more important than specific counters at this point.
Trash Panda does have Savar, and he's starting to stream those in against the elephants. That'll slow them down and be able to stop them. However, you still have the push in the south, and now you have the siege added in. You have Trebs, you have Siege Ram. This castle from Trenig will go down pretty quickly as he can't engage against the sheer numbers.
Snowman
And,
Lord's running villagers.
yeah, but where is he running them?
Fletcher has stuff there, so
Yeah,
Fletcher should see it. We'll see if
there's
he's paying attention.
yeah, his outposts. It's rough. And yeah, now all right, the Aztec monks. Aztec monks in action, pushing back. Trennig knows what monks can do, so he'll retreat. Still, right as Paladin comes in, I think. Got one of those units
I don't think
converted.
there's a single upgrade on the monks. But you know what? It doesn't even matter
You know, if they
because like everything else they're doing is so successful.
yeah,
Just
if
having
nothing
the threat
attacks
of the
them,
monks is all you need at the moment.
if nothing attacks the monks, you don't need HP on the monks, right? And
Yeah.
this death
I
ball
mean,
just
you're
continues to
there.
push forward.
You're a threat. You provide healing, and that's all you need.
All right, maybe a little bit of an overextension now from Puddles. The armies are getting separated from each other. Okay, more being streamed in though, so it should be fine. We have this sneaky south gold being found from Trennig by one fiddle, who will tower it and then take it as his own. Also, the south actually has been taken completely by Team Caravel. Getting ready to set up trade, and Snowy has managed to run 4 villagers north, but yeah, you can see that Gilgalad is trying to expand north with TCs, but there's one has already been denied by War Elephants, and the second one is also easily visible. Even some Vil fighting going on here against this Hussar. And basically all of Thirisadai's base is just one blinking mass at this point.
They're down to 40 military and, 150 fewer vills. It's not looking good.
And the GG is called. Yeah, nice job from Caravel there, taking advantage of that imp timing to, or yeah, of the timing with that and the military advantage and pushing through with that.
Yeah, they
I
just
think that was a
snowballed.
solid choice.
They
Yeah.
got a lead and, yeah, went with it.
200 Cavalier versus 150 Paladin. Numbers will do it. Yeah. And with that, Caravel take game 1. Now, to be fair, I think this was probably Caravel's pick. I don't actually
This would
know.
have been, if it's game 1, it would have been the one map that wasn't
Hmm.
drafted or banned.
Yeah. Oh, are all maps linear? MZO? No. So this is we have a bunch of more standard or more common maps. This is the only one that's in linear form. They're all 4v4, but I think our next one, I don't actually know what our next one is. Let me check. Da, 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 da.
All right, I will be right back.
Yep. Sardis is our next map. Yeah, so MZO, as you can see here, we have the Imperial bracket, which is 4 teams of 4 playing each other in several rounds, and then Castle bracket, which is always 2 of the 3 teams playing each other and the third team playing a scenario. Castle bracket are generally our newer players who have less experience with the game or are still getting used to the mechanics and stuff. But solid players as well. And this year we had several. I think every year we have some player from the castle jump into imp, and this year as well as substitutes. At least we had at least 2 castle players. I'm trying to think. I think Thorin and Gilgalad may have been castle bracket players in the past years. Possibly Trash Panda? I don't know. It's hard to keep track. We have so many players. The floating risk difference? Yes, that is fair. And that is a thing that is surprisingly difficult to learn to do well, I think, to recognize when you're floating res, because even when you're doing well, you might just be like, my eco's working or my eco's not working, and you might not think, oh, I have 4,000 extra food. How can I invest that well? Mm. But yeah, setting up eco balance is it's a tricky thing, but you know. Mm. All right, Alpha Group, I gotta warn you, Sardis is another map where we're probably not gonna see longboats. I don't know. Did Team Islands get played in Imperial bracket? I think it might not have. I think we have too many people who don't like Team Islands, which is unfortunate. We'll have to do maybe we just got to do a water tournament or a hybrid tournament next year. You did play it? Okay, cool. Or what I would like to see actually is Thorin, Paxslayer, Gilgalad, and Juby are all former cast players. There you go. I want to see for next year is an adaptation for Heatstroke where the sides instead of the wood lines where you have water. Um, and then maybe even corner islands with relics or something. Um, but I think that would shift the meta again because yeah, right now, like you saw, there's a lot of action down the middle and not a lot of loops around, but that's because players don't wall off because it's so easy to loop around. Once you add water on the sides, you can just wall off to the water, and I think that's gonna cause a big shift in how the game works out as well. Or
What if you
even if,
did
hmm?
uh like a river above, like to the north and south of that last map that
Yeah,
runs, both rivers run parallel
yeah, even just a
with
river would be, yeah,
trees? Yeah,
yeah,
and you provide a lot of fish and stuff, fish and
yeah.
berries or something.
But yeah, I think adding water to that map would be really interesting. All right, so Sardis is our next map.
1-0 Caravel.
Yep. Let me know when you're set.
I am ready to go. 8 seconds.
Cool. Let's catch up to that real quick. All right, then starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Um, have you done the overlay?
Yes,
There
yeah,
it
yeah.
is.
All right, so we have some chatting to make sure you're not bugged. Make sure the sheep aren't stuck in the wood, as we all do. Um, all right, so Sardis. Sardis is new this year. I think it's a map that's been seen in some other tournaments, but the basic it's like an adapted version of Zawal, right? Where instead of one wall down the middle, you have each team sort of walled in, and then a neutral zone with a lot of half-dead buildings. The vast majority of gold is out here, and you have the trade workshop, which I believe just generates res if you control it. Um, but yeah, so unlike Zawal, where you can drop a castle next to the wall, punch your way through, and then attack, if you do that here, you still have to punch your way through a second wall. Each of these have 3,000 HP. So yeah, I expect very slow starts, probably fast castle for most players since it's pretty safe to do. It's pretty difficult to get through 2 walls before Castle Age. Oh.
Yeah, I expect fast castle from just about everyone.
Mm.
The question is, do you go for the 2 TCs inside your own base, or do you try to punch through the wall and then go for a TC there, right? Expand to the extra resources. Um,
Well, okay,
the question
so
also is, what's the timing on the push?
yeah, I know. Okay, Snowy has gone Cumans, so we'll presumably get um 2 TCs, and I think they'll both be inside because Cumans do have the feudal age siege workshop, but I think that only produces the ram, right? Not the siege tower. Um, so you can't.
Yeah, you can go ram.
And yeah, you could go. you know, siege workshop, ram, push your way through the wall, and then drop the second TC. But I think that takes up so much time that it's not worth it. So if we see the Cumin 2 TC boom, I think we'll see both of those inside. Um, then we
In my own
have.
team's preparation for this map, we
Mhm.
decided to ban Cumins,
Uh-huh.
just because we anticipated the 2TC boom, and it's really
Yeah.
strong on this map, right? You can't apply any pressure.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think, yeah, between the siege and the second TC, I think humans are really strong on this map. Um, Along with that, we have Gilgalad as the Spanish, so presumably castles and conchs. Uh, Trenig as the Lithuanians, which there are a lot of relics on this map. I think, hold on. I think there's like 12 relics or something, so you should be able to get that bonus pretty easily. So I really like this choice. And then Trash Panda as the Magyars, presumably looking to go scouts, but I don't know. You're not gonna be able to apply that feudal pressure you usually do with the Magyars, so curious to see what happens there.
Yeah, I think the most likely options would be either Magyar Hussar or
Mm,
Cav Archer. Both of those are very strong. Probably work towards a combination of them eventually.
yep, that's fair. What do you think about the other
And
team,
Civs
Civs?
for yeah, so we got Hindustanis for Fletcher. So I think that's pretty clear. He's going to want to go Imp Camel, just counters
Mm,
basically all cavalry. Probably mix in some hand cannoneers. Obviously, they have, I think, bombard cannon. So
mm-hmm,
it's just a very strong comp overall, very gold intensive, but it's a team game. So
mm-hmm,
you're not necessarily as worried about resource restriction or limitations. Puddle, Spanish, probably similar to Gilgalad, where you go castles and conchs.
mm-hmm.
Turks, I think you're probably you have a couple different options. You could go fast imp, although I don't
Mm-hmm.
think that's very good on this map. I expect just a
Yeah,
boom into gunpowder, and then
yeah.
Gujaras. I'm not really sure what Gujaras would do. You could go for the Shirvamshire Rider. They have very strong camels in general,
Mm-hmm.
so again another counter to just cavalry.
Elephant archers, maybe. Yeah, I was thinking about the Turks fast imp, and I guess in a 1v1 that would be pretty strong on this map, but in a 4v4, I think the lacking eco behind it is going to be a real problem. So probably more likely boom up into um
Well, and like you were
gunpowder.
getting at earlier, having the second wall really changes things.
Yeah,
If this is Zawal, right, you drop the castle on the wall, you punch
right.
through, and then you can immediately apply pressure, but that
Yeah,
doesn't work here.
yeah, and I think yeah, we'll probably also. Oh, that's actually okay. Oh no, 24. Okay. I guess I was gonna say Fletcher's probably gonna go for a pretty heavy boom with the Hindustani eco as well, but yeah, we actually have the first three players from Thirisadai on their way up. Um, on 19 pop partially, so. Oh, I guess that is snowy with the Cumans. That makes sense. Get out that second TC as soon as possible.
Yep.
Hey, Diana, welcome. And yeah, scouts are just kind of chilling along the wall for the most part, just in case there's something to see, which there won't be for a while. As we're
So
off to.
Snowy hasn't yet gone for the second TC,
Yeah,
and
does
his
he have?
resources don't make me think he's going for the second TC.
True.
So maybe we do
Interesting.
see the ram play.
Yeah, but he's not going for a siege workshop at the moment either. Hmm. Is this?
Oh yeah, he's got one making somewhere.
Wait, where is it? Ah, there
Oh,
is
it's
one.
over.
Okay,
It's
it's
over.
just the gray blends so well with the other stuff that you can't see it. But yeah, he has a second ram there even. So okay.
Yeah, so they're looking to bust into the middle pretty early.
Yeah. Which fair enough. If you can establish control there early, there's so many resources in the middle, right? And you run out pretty quickly. You have a lot of small wood lines in the starting area, but other than that, not much past the starting resources. Um, this really does become about mid control pretty quickly. Fletcher on his way up to
Well, and your other
castle.
option could be with Trenig also about to click up and
Mhm.
Gil Galad about to click up as well. Like you could have teammates go military while Snowman Lord rams through the other wall, right? And
Yeah.
then you have early military pressure that may not be expected.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what our strat would have been for this map. I think they did play it, not when I was there though. But was, you know, go for a one person go siege and pushes through and the rest go military to apply pressure. Um, which then we played when you played against the AI to test, and that didn't work out because our military poured in and we were so excited. But because it was AI, they already had massive armies built inside for no reason whatsoever and just wiped our attack. I was like, all right, cool. Well, we're going to assume that if there was normal players and not AI here, this would have worked.
It's tricky, right? It's almost
Yeah,
easier to do practice sets
yeah,
against other teams, but then you're maybe giving up your strategies.
yeah. All right, Trash Panda takes control of the monument, and that is immediately taken away by Snowy, briefing his own teammate. Sad. Um, to be fair, I think it makes sense for Snowy to take it, with the investment in Feudal Age into Siege and whatever, for him to be able to catch up. Um, giving him the trade workshop is a good choice, I think. Second DC
Yeah,
for
I would like to
Fletcher.
see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Fletcher starting on his boom early. There's the
Yep.
third. I'd like to see Snowy go for the second TC now that he's got the siege out.
Yes. Um, doesn't quite have the eco for it. It looks like he's actually angling towards Castle Age
Yep.
off of his res. Yeah, and he's setting up farming eco, so investing that wood into farms. If your repair building doesn't become noise, no. I think these aren't even buildings. It's just like decoration. Like I can't select it or anything.
That would be a cool feature though.
Purely for this, like that would be, yes, also a
I
feature
mean, you
to
would need to
consider
have they
for
would need to
future
have
map.
more health.
And here we have
All
the
sorts of
Spanish
ideas.
castle drop. Um, gonna presumably use that to punch their way through the wall here. As Trenig actually places a pretty far forward TC to get early access to the wood and gold here in the center of the map. And we have Barracks coming up from Trash Panda, who has taken control of the trade workshop again, and is presumably going into Cav, though, as the Cav armor is coming in. So yeah, there's a stable. And Castle Age now in for most players. Juby's about to reach it. Snowy's a minute off. I want to see more TCs from more players, given that this is a calm, boomy setup. All right.
Yeah, Fletcher
There's
is
one
going to
from
have the
Juby.
eco lead with his
Oh yeah.
3 TCs. Trenig also has 3 TCs,
Yes,
so he
but
shouldn't be
later.
too far behind.
Yeah. But other
Slightly
than that, surprised
later, yeah.
surprised that none of the other players. Well, I guess Juby's dropping a second one, but very few of the other players are dropping more TCs. Yeah, Drewster.
Yeah.
That is true. The center area with the buildings and ruins, it's difficult to setting up farming. And that's what this area is great for, right? It's mostly empty. But it makes it interesting because that means that if you ever get to late game, you need center control for gold and wood, but you need control of this back area for a stable food eco. As wolf versus villager, villager will win. All right, third TC for Juby as well.
So Snowy, we were speculating if he was going to push through and allow his teammates to go apply pressure, and it looks like that is indeed the case. He's getting Capped Ram and Castle Age, which is something only
Yep.
the humans can do.
And the Rams are
And we
already
have Knights
punching with the
coming in
wall.
from Trash Panda.
Knights working with the
And it
wall.
looks
We have
like
a
Gil
forward
Galad
castle.
is sending Bills forward.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're going to have some pressure.
And yeah, not much
One
military
Fiddle
here.
is indeed doing the fast imp that we discussed.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. Well, the Knights are in, and at the moment, Caravel has, well, a couple of conks, but that's it in terms of military beyond the starting scouts. Some monks queued up from Fletcher, although I assume those are for relics, not for conversions. And one fiddle is under attack. Now, okay, question is, do you want to Do you want to just find damage where you can, or with this early attack that you have, do you try and find a specific player? Right? You know that Fletcher is probably the strongest player on that team. So do you maybe try and find his position and attack him, or is that too much time lost?
I think you go in and you attack where you can, and then you scout. And maybe you build your way over to Fletcher, but at the moment,
Alright, fair
you're
enough.
closest to, Juby. That's where you hit. Maybe now you go to a different player, so now they go for one fiddle.
Okay, Gilgalad's castle was denied by the Conks, who are actually finding more villagers. Puddle's doing a good job being a nuisance over here, making it hard to bring these raids in at all. But
Yeah,
the
that
Knights from Trash
the
Panda are
strength of
finding kill
Spanish, right?
kills. Yeah. The Knights from Trash Panda are finding value here, and the Rams have taken out a TC. And Snowy can take out more, honestly.
Yeah, it looks like the Rams are going for a second TC.
I was gonna say, if they just hard commit to these TCs, they can basically kill Juby. And oh no, the Knights run right past the two monks, and so I think Fletcher will get 2 conversions? Nope. Yeah, 2 conversions right.
no.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Right as he dies. And on the 2 high HP Knights as well. Oh no, and with that, Snowy has to run with the Rams. Because your supporting army's gone.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Conks are still roaming around. This castle still isn't up. And this forward TC from Trash Panda might be denied at this rate.
Yeah, at this point, Thirisadai has a pretty significant eco lead, so they want to get in a position where they can leverage that. Right now, they are forcing Caravel to react to them, so that they have the momentum. We'll see if that continues once Fletcher starts producing camels.
Puddles denies a TC here. That is 2 players now from Thirisadai that had groups of forward villagers that got eliminated, and that's a big time investment to send vills forward. The second group of villagers for the castle is just now arriving, or now making their way to the middle of the map.
Unfortunately, Puddles has lost some of his conks, and it looks like he's going to lose some more.
Which is going to be really helpful. He does still have one here, though. But the Knights should be able to push that away. Still, oh no! But that conk is getting pushed right into those villagers, so it'll find the next villagers, which are also being attacked by a wolf. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Gilgalad. More conks arriving now. I think Puddles will continue to deny this castle.
Wolves are a nuisance on this map.
Yeah, but 2 more vills go down, 3 more here in vision of the conks. And the Knights from Fletcher and One Fiddle are cleaning up the Rams from Snowy, along with the monks.
So Trenig is booming. Fletcher ended up not making camel. He just made a couple Knights. And now it looks like he's about to go to Imp. At the same time, Trenig is just booming.
Thirisadai does have the pop lead. 25 more villagers, a lot more TCs. More castles coming out from Puddles though, pushing his way out. And Thirisadai, the army count is about even, but it's going to be a struggle to maintain control of the middle. And if Thirisadai lose control of the middle, that's several TCs that they're going to lose along with that.
Yeah, they want to hold that as much as they can.
Yeah.
Snowy's still on 1 TC. Going up to Imp himself.
Fletcher bringing in more monks. When is the last time you saw a Hindustani monk strat? Because I don't think I've ever seen that. Okay, monks will run into the TC though. And that should be the end of that.
It didn't last very long.
Yeah. But the conversions up here were critical, right? Before that, Juby had no response because there was 2 Knights. And once those Knights got converted, it was like, no. Imp on the way
those
from
conversions
Fletcher.
might have saved the game.
And Snowy and Trenig.
Yeah, now Fletcher's going for camel. That's what I expect to see.
Yep, and TC is now starting
Okay.
to be dropped outside by more Caravel players.
Trennig going
And
for Lytus.
yeah, one fiddle has reached Imp and is sending bombard cannons. And even just parking under Puddle's castle, those can already take out the TC from Panda. Now there isn't a lot of military support, and Trash Panda has 15 knights here, so he could actually dive on all this.
I'm
But he's
curious
busy
what the
chasing
plan
conks.
was for the Turks player for one fiddle, because I mean he went fast imp, and it works out because now he can just make bombard cannons and help push this back.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like there was probably a different plan,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
this is just an adaptation.
maybe, yeah. I mean, he never dropped more than one TC, so that makes me think that he was always going to go
Hmm.
fast imp, which I still don't love, but it's working, so, you know, fair enough. And has a
Yeah,
second
I mean
TC
maybe
at
that
this
was the
point,
plan, was
dropping a third one,
just go
yeah.
bombards.
Yeah. However, the Night Mass is coming in now, should be able to take these bombards out. But Trash Panda does lose his TC here. And Thirisadai are now in a position where they have a lot of army, but can't really push because they don't have siege to back it up. Could potentially deny this castle. I don't know if the scouts will get there in time. 70%. Got the monks to take care of first. 80%. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Forcing them down. Oh no, but the knights aren't engaging. Okay, this castle will go up then. I don't know, the knights repathed like 3 times around these buildings. Castle goes up. Oh, and look at
Unfortunate.
that quick gate from Juby locking out half of
Nice.
the knights. Oh, that was really nice. Imperial Camel on the way now from Fletcher as well.
Unfortunately, there's one knight on the other side which take care of the Vil. Gate
Yes.
goes down, knights can go through.
Yep. And that is a nice recuperation, and there's another group of knights in, but that was a nice quick gate. Ooh, nice rage though from Trash Panda, finding this TC from Juby, taking out all the Vils underneath it. And in the back, the knight taking out another bombard cannon from one fiddle, who does not have any more bombard cannons once that goes down. Rams from Snowy also pushing. Gonna be able to hit this castle. The conks won't do much, but the Imperial Camels will take these rams out. And Puddle's looking to push forward with more castles. More rams on the way. Trennick is here with Lithuanians. I don't know, has he gotten relics? 3 relics.
Yeah, hit the latest are 16 plus 5.
Yeah.
So 3 relics, and full blacksmith
Yes.
attack upgrades.
Which means they will do pretty decently against the Imperial Camel, actually. Will still get taken out, though, with the conks there as well to support. And ooh, these rams from Snowy, yeah, pulls those back, can't relieve those exposed without supporting army. The knights from Trash Pen are still running around raiding all the ecos though, which is super nice, making their way over to Fletcher's base now.
I'm getting a bit worried for Thirisadai because even though they have such a significant economy lead, Trennig is the only player really in the game militarily. Snowy has some
Yeah,
siege, and Trash Panda is doing a bit of raiding, but Gil-galad is not making any military, and Snowy's limited to 2 TCs, so doesn't really have the eco to make military.
yeah, and you can see more and more castles being placed by Caravel in the center of the map, and you still have castles in the center, but like you said, that's almost all Trennick. And once the siege comes, it's going to be really rough. They've also lost control of the trade workshop, which is not ideal. Could technically grab that back pretty easily. But yeah, Trennick not really willing to engage against this massive Imperial Camel with conks behind it.
Well, Imperial Camel, Gurjara Camel, and
Yeah.
Conks.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. So
It's
the
a really
question is, what
unfortunate.
anti-cav unit do you have available to use here?
I mean, yeah, Lithuanians, you get the faster moving Halbs.
Oh, that's true. And the tower shield, Halbs?
Yep. So that's good, but like, do you have time to transition into that before
Mm.
you die? Also,
Now,
like, Trenig doesn't have as much of pop space.
yeah, Trennick does get a nice engagement here where Fletcher sends half of his camels in under the castle fire. So that's a good engagement, but it's just not enough. Still even
Yep.
count, and Thirisadai are ahead in eco actually. But yeah, no military on the board from, well, from 3 players basically.
So on the left-hand side, Fletcher's building a TC, and
Yeah,
Trenig's trying to drop a castle.
right, in the same spot. I just saw those villagers wandering around there like, no. Alright, what is trying to do about it? Just all kind of hanging out.
It doesn't look like anyone's noticed. Just looks like
Yeah.
Christmas there, red and green.
Alright, forward castle coming out from Gilgalad. Yeah, so I liked the initial idea from Thirisadai, but then I think not getting those castles early, getting that denied was rough. And then just losing control of the center. I think they lost like 4 TCs here, which is unfortunate. And okay, Gilgalad does keep those villas alive. The castle will push back the camels, but Trebs are here now, taking out Trenig's castle, which remember are also his production buildings. Big engagement in the center.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you just can't fight those armies together
Yeah.
with your lightest.
yeah, they'll get overwhelmed and, you know, did some decent damage, but not as much as you would hope.
Rooster says the conks from Puddles were clutch, and yeah, I agree.
Yes. The initial denials, the initial villager snipes on so many players, and then the support for the imp camels. The conks have definitely been defining.
Yeah, I think
And
Thirisadai needed more military support in the middle.
Trash Panda going into heavy cav archer. I don't know if I like that.
I don't hate it because it serves as a counter to both Imp Camel and Conks to an extent.
Yeah, I guess.
But the problem is you don't have any to
Yeah.
start, right? It takes a while to mass them up. They're
Yeah.
not great till you get 30 or something. I'd like something that's a bit more like Halb, I think. You know, something that you can just throw in immediately.
Yeah, I think the conks were defining. I think the other defining moment were these 2 monks from Fletcher here. Turning that
Yeah,
what could have very well been an annihilation of a player's base into a full route instead. And yeah, the GG is called as Team Thirisadai is pushed back out of the center.
Caravel will go up to 0.
Good for them. Yeah, 160 imp camels, 150 latest. Yeah, I mean, still, like, the eco is close. I think it was just 1 or 2 defining moments like that that really turned this game the way they did. Just some nice timings from Caravel to have the right units in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, Thirisadai had early momentum, but once that got stopped, it
Yeah.
was tough to recover.
Yep. Pro monk play from Fletcher, that's right. Fletcher is our new clown in the scene.
GG.
Oh, right, statistics. Statistics!
I think Trenig might disagree with that.
I'm sure he would. But he's not here right now to defend himself, so. And I saw more monks from Fletcher than I did from Trenig this game, so I don't know, man.
That's true. We need some team game clown play.
Team game conflict. Yes, just a clowns only tournament. Monks, light cav, and spears are the only 3 unit types that are allowed.
You've seen the monks converting other monks, but what if you had 8 players converting each other's monks?
What a mess. What an absolute mess. It'd be interesting if you could script a map to give units immunity to conversion, and then like specific units, and then give each player their starting scout that they can upgrade however they want and give it full immunity to like damage and conversion. And then all players are only allowed to build monks and villagers. And yeah, just let things happen from there. See what happens. Trenny
That
did
would
have
be
the
an
most relic gold.
experiment.
Let's see. Relic gold, relic gold.
Yeah,
That
Trennig
is
with
true.
the 4 relics
That is true. 4 relics.
gathered himself some gold. Quite nice.
Yeah, for all his other
You
monks,
can
Fletcher
see
never got them.
you can see that Trennig gathered the most stone to build the most castles.
4 of them. Yeah. All right. Well, that is
How's it
game
going?
2. Solid. And that brings us to our final match of this matchup, which, like, no, yesterday Hanakri was game 2, wasn't it? Yeah, yesterday he's not yesterday, last stream, whatever. But we will be
Oh yeah,
seeing
previously.
Hanakri again. And for the last time this tournament, at least in imp bracket, because after this, as it was tied for most picked map, it lost the 50-50 and got banned out for the remainder.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, too popular. All right. Whoops. All right, ready when you are?
I'm at 8 seconds.
Okay. All right. Then 3, 2, 1, go.
Go.
All right. Welcome back to another game of Hun Akare. Um, oops, what did I just do? Switching around with too much stuff. Too many programs open. All right, on the left we have Thirisadai. In the far north we have Snowy as the Dravidians, which again makes sense. They're a great hybrid civ. You have the water access here. Curious to see what the strat is with Trenig as a Slavs in his pocket, so I kind of expect Halbs siege. In the south, Trash Panda as the Byzantines, potentially looking to just hold there. Byzantines are great at doing that. And then with Teutons as a backup pocket with the increased range castles, it becomes even more difficult. So I'm kind of guessing we're going to see a push in the north and just a defense in the south from Thirisadai, at least with the civs that are set up.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the defining characteristic for this map is the river that runs through the middle. So
Mm-hmm.
you're fighting. With that terrain, you can use both land and naval units. The Byzantines are interesting because not only is their trash cheaper, the trash units, they also have good fire ships. I
True.
think faster firing. So they could try to use that to control the
Yep.
crossing at the bottom.
And
For
Byzantines get Dromans, which could also be
and
quite nice.
Romans. So yeah, late game could be a huge power spike. So for Team Caravel in the south, we have Juby playing the flank. Her pocket is Puddles playing Humans, so potential for a early second TC boom there.
Mm-hmm.
In the other pocket is One Fiddle as the Franks, and then on the top pocket, or the top flank rather, we have Fletcher as the Woo. So presumably going water. Um, might also see
Yeah.
Giant Swordsman.
Yeah, Luchuan, again, Giant Swordsman, Fire Archers. and Sunjian. Alright, but yeah, Fletcher sending a villager up north, so looking for an early dock, I'd say, based off where he's building that house, and already sending a scout out. Other than that, nobody's moved towards water quite yet.
So it's interesting. In our prep for this map, basically my team decided that going a dock early
Mm-hmm.
was kind of difficult because it delays your arrival in feudal.
Mm-hmm.
So we were having the most success pushing early, right? Just going
Mm-hmm.
fast feudal into military and then going for water control.
Mm-hmm.
But in this instance, both players, Snowman Lord and Fletcher, are going for early docks.
Yeah. Yeah, I know in my prep I definitely went for an early dock, and then in the game that we saw between our teams last set, two of my teammates actually just dropped their mill right on the fish, which feels extremely viable. You do still have the walking time of the villagers, obviously, but after that, the fish income is so fast that, you know, if you don't get demoed, it's a great food source. But of course, yeah, there is the risk of demos, which you don't have on land.
That was a very satisfying play for me.
Oh, I bet. Watching that, I was just like, oh no.
No, I think
Yeah.
you're right. Like you get the walls up, and then you can get the fish.
Mhm.
If you're able to hold the walls, I think that puts you in a really strong position.
Yeah, but
Um,
that's the question is how viable that is. I have okay. Another doc coming up here from Trenig actually, who's also going to water early.
yeah, so presumably he's gonna help Snowman Lord fight on water and then
Mm-hmm.
go fish boom.
Yeah, which makes sense. I don't think any of the players have figured out. Okay, no, Snowy Scout just found Fletcher's dock. But Fletcher is not aware of the docks from either of the other players.
Fletcher could wall that scout in.
He totally could, but neither Fletcher nor Snowy are paying attention, and Snowy will just withdraw with the scout. Barracks coming up from Snowy, so maybe actually looking to along with Feudal. Are we seeing like a men-at-arms rush against this dock against the fishing ships?
Potentially, I mean, you're Dravidian, so you could maybe have the wood
Yeah.
to go for galley or fire galley and also archers.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and with the placement of Fletcher's dock, it's actually like you can fully surround it with land units and effectively cut off the fishing ships. So even if the fishing ships can go to safety, they can't drop off food anymore, which would be nice. And all right, we have some walls coming out from Snowy in the north.
On the bottom part of the map, Trash Panda's on stone already, so I'm curious if he's planning stone walls or maybe towers.
These are
It looks like Puddles is going forward with the stable.
these are interesting walls from Juby, like closing off the bottom, but I think in a way that is possibly the most expensive way to close off that area. Like if you look at the very front, just two walls there. But hey,
Yep.
as long as you're safe, right? All right, scouts are here from Fletcher. Looks like Snowy's aware of that though. Will respond and will clean that up.
Yeah, so Snowy's going fire galley and also archer and also blacksmith. Just Dravidian things.
The huge.
It looks like you were correct. Trash Panda is going Byzantine stone walls. So I think the plan is to push the top and hold the bottom.
Yeah. I guess I just realized the additional benefit for Dravidians with the early dock is that you get the 5 pop space from the dock as well. Right? That is the Dravidians? Maybe not.
Maybe.
Who might convince? Who might?
Oh yeah, no team. That's the team bonus.
Ah, the team bonus, right? So that helps your team with early docks. Fishing ship is out, and we'll be able to clean up this galley and cause some problems for Fletcher's fishing eco. However, there are scouts here from One Fiddle. And so the stocks should go down. All right, where are the demos? Where are the demos? Look at all that stuff in the shallows. All right, and Snowy has his walls almost complete, but there's a hole at the top. Which...
At the bottom, Puddles has denied Trash Panda's walls with his scouts.
Oh, nice. Now he will send more vills to complete the spine, but that's losing a lot of villagers.
Yeah, presumably that will eventually finish, but
Yeah. Oh, that is unfortunate. There is a spearman here from Gilgala to help out, but that is some unfortunate delay. In the north,
I wonder,
scouts are in from one fiddle as well.
but yeah. Messing up the wood line. There are spearmen to defend, so the scouts will have to keep moving.
Yeah, but more on the way here, and just splitting up the scouts. See, I think Snowman Lord just needs to fight these scouts with his villagers. It's just one scout, but his spearman's being overwhelmed. Now, Puddles is walling off the top for him, so no more scouts will get in, which is nice, and I think these ones will get cleaned up. But nice bit of eco damage there found for Caravel.
Yeah, Snowy has 2 archers and a spear forward. Looks like he's pushed Fletcher off gold, but Fletcher's now just going back, and Snowy is gonna take some damage from the TC. Fletcher's also got skirmishers to defend. Fletcher's also won water. He's destroyed all the fish.
Yep, Fire Galley's still being queued up inside the dock for Snowy though, so he's not done fighting for that. And I mean, if Trennick queues up some ships, oh, there's more galleys up here for Fletcher as well. So yeah, it'll be a bit
Fletcher
tricky. Still a scout running around.
Fletcher's got pretty solid control. It looks like Trennick's gonna build some siege to help. He's got a couple knights. One knight on the way, one knight already made.
Yeah, and Thirisadai does have the second player going up to Castle Age, whereas Fletcher is just now the first player from Caravel to do so. Another scout here going to get picked off by the fire ships, which is nice. And I think Snowy's fire ships should be able to clear this entire navy from Fletcher and the fishing eco.
So at this point, Thirisadai have lost 18 villagers. They're down by 30 eco units in total.
Which is...
so that's a combination of idle time and villager deaths.
Yeah.
So they're at a pretty significant eco disadvantage. Losing water also hurts.
Yeah.
I'd like to see one fiddle make a dock and then a bunch of fishing ships.
Now Trennick is sending knights forward. Could potentially find some value as Fletcher's walls are just now going up, but those knights need to keep moving because those walls are going to close fast. And
yeah,
ooh, I think that's going to be too late if Fletcher's paying attention.
There's a wall closest to... Oh, no.
Yeah, nope, that's closed.
It's closed.
That's all closed.
Yeah, I mean, I think Caravel's in a great spot here.
Yeah. Snowy is pushing back these galleys, but Fletcher's doing a nice job of microing back, so I think he'll snipe that fire galley as well. And he's up to castle.
Yeah, Fletcher's also got 2 docks, so if he needs... I mean, he's producing a bunch of fire galleys. Snowy's only got 1. His second dock was delayed.
He has 2. He has 2, and his third
2.
one was
His
delayed.
third and fourth.
So it is even, but yeah, it is delaying Snowy's ability to control, and Fletcher's dropping a second TC. We do have Gilgalad on a 3 TC boom, and various other players dropping second town centers. War Galley is on the way for Juby here, who should be able to take water control. Yeah, and there's not much in the south to contest water control for Caravel, so Juby will be able to expand fishing eco and take control of the minerals in the south, whatever way she wants. And that is the thing with holding. I think if you hold, you still need the forward walls, because otherwise you give up so much resource for free.
Yep.
They're just gonna fall behind invariably. Alright, big fight. See, demos. Where are the demos? Look at all these units from both teams up here.
I know. Yeah, Trinic has rams that are going down. That's an expensive loss.
They're just getting melted.
They are.
Actually,
Were they
still
attacking fishing ships?
2 rams, each on 1 HP, being pulled back and saved. That's impressive.
Is there a villager to repair them? It looks like there is.
Oh man, being sent now. Alright, and the fires will finally clean up the galleys, and I think with that, the rams can clean up. I think Thirisadai will finally be able to take control of water, although there's more warships being queued up by Fletcher. If nothing else, Thirisadai will be able to clean up some of that fishing eco, which will be helpful. In the south, Trash Panda is kind of contesting for water, but Juby has war ships, and Trash Panda does not.
I don't know that that matters if you're Byzantines because of the faster attacking.
That's fair. I don't actually know.
I think. I'm not sure if a Byzantine fire galley is as good as a Japanese fire ship, but I think it's a closer difference than other
than
civs.
most other civs. Fletcher is getting pushed off of water though, which is going to be helpful for Thirisadai, who can finally take control up there. And the knights are taking good engagement. We'll clean up some knights from one fiddle. But there are
Fletcher's
pikes.
made his way to 3 TCs, so his eco's in a decent spot. He lost some fish, but I think he's got enough on food that he should be fine. He's got 15 farms.
Yeah.
Plus some on berries, so.
Yeah, but the map control is nice. Now, Fletcher does have pikes and monks here, so the knights from Trenic actually have to pull back. And was this a forward monastery from Trenic? Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. So that's denied for the moment. And in the south... Oh, no. I thought we had pressure, but it's just some units whacking away at a barracks to be annoying, I think. Alright, warships are in, so it's fire ship v fire ship now. So Trash Panda should be able to win that pretty handily, especially in a 2 versus 1.
Juby's going for transport ship as well as more fire ships, but I don't think that the transport ship is super useful quite yet. You gotta win water first.
I was gonna say, I think you're just gonna lose 200 wood and 200 gold if you pop out a transport ship right now. Oh no. Okay, she pulls away the villagers. I was like, what's more unfortunate than losing a transport ship is losing a transport ship full of villagers.
Full of villagers.
Oh man. Okay,
no one's made their way to either North or South Islands yet, so.
And oh, look at this massive house. There's a okay. Demo gets the 2 monks. Gets the 2 monks. That's still value. Not as much as getting like 12 pikemen, but still good. More monks are there though. And okay, we have another demo queued up, but from which dock? From this dock. So we could potentially find some of the pikes. Over here we have a lone spearman poking away at the houses and a little bit of annoyance. And okay, Juby has pushed back on water. For the moment, this is back and forth. Trash Panda is once again queuing up fire ships in his docks. And oh, that was a decent demo. Didn't get a lot of kills, but a lot of units severely weakened there. And okay, I like the Scorpions. I don't like the Scorpions opening the gate for these armies.
I mean, if they had attacked the gate, it wouldn't have lasted long, so I don't know.
That's true.
That it makes a huge difference.
But at least the Scorpion could have fired a couple of times, maybe done some damage. But yeah, these armies will clean up the knights. And, yeah.
Yeah, so the Wu are going Jean Swordsman, which are a quite powerful unit, especially in Castle Age.
Yeah. Juby has transported across to the south, got a monastery collecting relics, and is building a TC, so gonna be able to expand the eco there, and Snowy is in trouble. Down to
Juby
34
also,
villagers, and a lot of idle eco at the moment.
yeah, those knights getting through.
And they're
It's
still
brutal.
finding villager kills.
Yeah, the gold villagers are just out in the open, quite vulnerable.
Mm. More knights being flooded in as well.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the forward castle from Fletcher to really cement the hold in the top.
See sending vills yet? I don't
No,
see him.
but that's
It's
he's
only
got
a
the
matter of
stone for
time,
it,
right?
so yeah.
Alright. Teuton's going into infantry at the moment. Once again, like, okay, like 15, despite Snowy's losses, it's only a 15 villager lead for Thirisadai, but the army lead is 40 to 20. And there's the castle. Oh, sorry, this is from One Fiddle, not from Fletcher, though. But still, we'll take control of that. That's also... Oh, no. What? Oh, those are the monks. Some of the new regional unit monks, like, they look cool, but I have such a hard time recognizing them sometimes. And One Fiddle can't build his castle because it's being blocked by Fletcher's skirms. There you go, he'll move him.
It's almost like seeing the same monks for 20-something years before they change them. You're not gonna recognize the new
Yeah,
ones.
well, the problem is if they had just made them regional without doing anything else, it would get taken some getting used to. But what's worse is that they introduced the War Priest, which is like a specific type of monk with different abilities that looks different, and then they changed the look of the monks. You're now like, ah, it looks different, it does different things, and it's like, oh no, it doesn't. I mean, I guess you had the
It's
Meso monks, which always looked different, but still, that was just like, you got used to that.
yeah, you just knew that they looked different.
Yeah, now you're like, strange monk, strange abilities. Nope, that's just a normal monk.
Yeah. So suddenly, Caravel has a pretty significant eco lead and a pretty significant military lead. They have a hold on the other team's side of the map, so they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, Snowy
They're gonna be
is
pushing down
running
towards.
eco.
Yeah, they'll be pushing down towards Trinig's base. Trinig does have the double castle stack. He is making Boyar, which will do quite well against knights. But Boyar produce from castles. I believe they produce pretty slowly. So he'll need some time to build up enough of them. And Juby's been able to fight enough on water to prevent any sort of push from the south. So really, Thirisadai needs to beat this pushback and then to get some momentum of their own in the top.
Yeah, and that's I think the issue here is that Thirisadai are once again in a position where they really only have one player with army, and with a strat of hold the south, push the north. If the north push doesn't work, then suddenly you're left in a like wait until you get overwhelmed because the south is holding for now. But if the north isn't pushing, then that holding isn't going to be good enough. You actually need to push. And I think your window for that is passed as Puddles is going into Paladin. Already has like 20 Cavalier up here and is building 3 siege workshops and a castle from Juby coming up. So the south is about to
That
push
looks like
hard
a
as
push.
well. Forward production coming up for One Fiddle in the north as well. And Thirisadai are about to get squeezed. A fortress on the southern island?
We are
Yeah,
seeing Teutonic Knight.
Juby's got her own little island here. Yeah, and that's, I mean, Teutonic Knight is great, but against Paladin, it's not the best counter unit. Like, I'd much rather see Halb from Gilgalad right now.
Yeah.
There's a
I mean, are you
Mangonels
pen
as
paladin
well.
of your own?
Yeah. Yeesh.
You want something a little more mobile or something that's going to do a bit more
Yeah. Mangonels
damage
got him some
cheaply.
shots, and the Teuton Castle will do some damage. Although only Fletching is in. And I don't think... Yeah, Crenellations is not in either. But will deny. Oh no, this is his own castle that got denied. Unfortunate. Like at least he denied the one. All right, we have swordsman rams coming forward. Now Trenik has amassed a decent army of boyar here, so we'll be able to hold probably against the first wave of the attack. One of his castles. No, he still has two of his castles. Okay. But you just need time. Snowy is building a second and third TC now, and my game is freezing up. Hold
Oh no, I'll pause.
on. Yeah, hold on. I think it's more my computer is trying to do too much. Where are you right now on timing?
38:45.
Okay, so I'm on 38:49, so we're actually still
Let me.
close.
All right, countdown.
Okay, three,
All right,
two,
three,
go
two,
ahead.
one.
All right. All right, in the north, the fishing eco is now being cleaned up again. Fletcher is actually transporting across to the island and will take control of those relics as well. And we have this big push of Paladin pushing through the south. And yeah, again, we come back to the problem of Trenig having most of the army at the moment is that he can hold the north, but he can't hold the south at the same time. And the Paladin are just kind of walking in right now. There's a
Yeah, I
handful of
mean,
hand cannons and a couple of knights to stop him, but not much else.
Thirisadai's down by 100 military
Yeah,
and nearly 100 bills.
yeah.
It's just a tough position to be in.
Yeah, and the Paladin are just kind of flooding into the eco, so that difference is going to grow.
Yep. What do you think Thirisadai could have done differently?
Um, Typical question. I think there's some engagements that Caravel took very well in the north. Um, but I think in the south, having the walls forward would have been important, not just giving up all that space for free. And then some different techs. Like I said, I'd like to see Teutons going into Halbs quickly. Um, if you see, I mean, you see Japanese and you want to go, um, if you want to go Teutonic Knight, that kind of makes sense. But like, as soon as you see cavalry, I think you go Halbs or Paladin of your own. If you're planning to hold, it's just much cheaper.
Yep.
Um, and the Boyar in the north are being overwhelmed right now by for Trenig.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight too many units. You got Cavalier, you got Halb, you got Knights.
But the thing is,
Usually-
there's been several teams this tournament where I've just seen a resistance to going Hal when it's like your enemy has like 3 players on Cav. It's like, why is nobody on your team on Halbs right now? I don't know why that is. I think we have too many Cav players and not enough infantry players or something. But yeah, GG is called um, as the South is completely overwhelmed. And yeah, Caravel take this series 3-0. Congratulations.
Wow, winning 3-0 is pretty good because
No.
the way the scoring for this works, the most games won is the, I guess, the metric.
Mhm.
So, winning
Yeah.
3-0 rather than 2-1 can actually be kind of significant because that
Yeah.
means you can take a loss in another one of your sets, but
Mhm.
still be in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, look. Okay, look at. I think part of it is eco. Look at the production. We have 140 paladin produced to 50 boyars. We have almost 90 halbs to 50 cavalier.
Yeah.
The production of military units, I think, is something that was a bit lacking in the last 2 games for Thirisadai. But good games. Really well played by Juby, finding that winning those engagements in the beginning and taking advantage of that pressure, and good engagements found by Fletcher in the north as well. Good timings, and also getting up those walls just in time because if Trenig's knights had gotten in, that could have changed a lot about how the north went. The fact that Trenig was never able to raid with the knights, and as a consequence, because he had to retreat, got his forward monastery denied as well. Again, cost Thirisadai a whole lot of momentum.
Yeah, Caravel had a good game plan.
Mm,
They executed their game plan well.
hmm
The games were competitive. I mean, they were close. It
Oh
wasn't
yeah.
it
Oh
wasn't a
yeah.
stomp by any stretch, which is always good. I know that we try to balance the teams for these
hmm
to ensure that we get good games, and yeah,
Yep.
this is a lot of fun. Thanks for
Yep.
having me cast with you.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for being here. And yeah, that concludes our second series of the day. Um, and I think we will stop there because apparently my computer can't handle whatever this stream is. Um,
Oh
yeah,
no.
yeah, I
Well,
don't
you
know.
got
I'm
a day
just
to
getting
recover before the
exactly.
next set.
You get one day of rest, but tomorrow we keep casting. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll get into round 2 of Castle and Imperial and see how far we get with that. Um, Starting at the same time, but hopefully able to go a bit longer, I think is a plan.
Awesome.
Um, but cool.
Yeah. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. I'll
And yeah,
catch you later.
catch you later. And yeah, thanks all for tuning in, guys. Great games from everyone. Solid gameplay. Really, really cool plays, and really, I'm excited for the amount of demos we got to see today. There were some fantastic ones in there. Um, Other than that, have a lovely afternoon. Sorry, fishing is not up, Clef, for the tournament. I might, yeah, I'm gonna leave it off so it's so it's not all over the recorded games. I'll try to do a stream sometime this week for just fishing and silly stuff. Yeah, so tomorrow starting at the same time, round 2 of the bracket coming in, so tune in for that. And other than that, have a great afternoon slash evening slash weekend.
Adios.